Hello. Our friends at Today All Day are watching, and we're so glad you are. I hope you're enjoying your Wednesday. And you may not know this, but you have tuned into Today in 30.
Just in case you got here by accident, wanted you to know what it was. You know how we do it here. It's our special blend of all the things that you love across all 4 hours of our show, and we break it down into a single half hour for you. What's up first?
All right. First, testing on COVID vaccines for kids 5 and up is now in its final stages, and we're going to have the very latest on that, what it could mean for a full return to the classroom next fall.
Also, we are counting down the days into the Tokyo Olympics, and you're going to love our athlete to watch who's making waves.
All right, and if you're hungry, you are going to want to get into what we are cooking up. It's a dish that we like to call one and done, and it'll make use of all those summer veggies just sitting around lonely in your kitchen right now.
Sounds delicious. Let's get moving. You know why?
I do.
It's time for Today in 30. Turning now to the coronavirus, and this morning we have new progress to report in the push to get more children vaccinated, preferably before the start of the new school year. We have complete coverage this morning, starting with NBC's Stephanie Gosk. Steph, good morning.
Good morning, Craig. Moderna, and Pfizer say they are in the final stages of testing the COVID vaccines on young children 5 and above. As early as the fall, the FDA could have the trial data around the time classroom doors open again, with parents eager for a real return to school. If the final vaccine trials go well, it won't be long before every American, even the smallest among us, will be eligible for the shot. Drug company Pfizer announcing it has moved to the next testing phase for children ages 5 to 11. The trial will include 4,500 participants in the U.S. and Europe. Stanford Medicine is one of 90 clinical sites. Among the factors being tested is the size of the dose.
The children sometimes require lower doses of vaccines, not just COVID vaccines, but others as well, in order to achieve the same or even better immune responses.
The vaccine approval news comes as a troubling variant, first discovered in India, is spreading rapidly around the world.
In the UK, the Delta variant is the rapidly emerging as the dominant variant. We cannot let that happen in the United States.
The Delta variant now accounts for 60% of the new cases in the UK. Experts believe it is the most infectious yet and may be associated with an increase in severity, according to the White House. It makes up more than 6% of the U.S. cases. The best defense? That vaccine.
Get vaccinated, particularly if you've had your first dose. Make sure you get that second dose. And for those who have been not vaccinated yet, please get vaccinated.
Dr. Fauci announced that Washington has become the 13th state where more than 70% of adults have received one dose. And the vaccination numbers aren't the only thing getting high there. A new incentive offers joints for jabs. For a tamer treat, there's free ice cream in Seattle. With the help of incentives and a push to make vaccines more accessible across the country, half of U.S. adults are now fully vaccinated. A great start, the White House says, but still not good enough to reach at least one dose for 70% of adults by July 4th. And some great numbers. The case numbers looking really good as well. The head of the CDC says we are down 94% since January.
Wow.
It's pretty incredible.
Well, joints for jabs. Huh?
Joints for jabs, Greg, out there in Washington.
All right.
Get yourself out there.
All right, Steph, thank you. He's already vaccinated, but
I don't know, maybe you
he
can
was checking Expedia during your show, your spot
all
there.
the rest of my ice cream in Seattle.
Yeah, sorry. Steph, thank you. Let's turn to Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of Brown University School of Public Health. Dr. Jha, morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back, Savannah.
Well, let's talk about this Delta variant. We heard Dr. Fauci and even the president sounding the alarm about it. What in particular is so concerning?
Yeah, so it is by far the most contagious variant of this virus that we have seen throughout the whole pandemic. It's what has caused the huge spikes in India. It's causing serious increase in cases in the UK, despite the fact that they're very vaccinated. So it really is a problem. The good news is our vaccines seem to be holding up quite well, but the contagiousness and potentially the lethality of this virus, that's really what's concerning many of us.
Yeah, because we do have, a threshold of folks vaccinated here. But can a variant like that reverse that progress? I mean, what are the stakes here?
Yeah, well, the stakes are that we still have a lot of Americans who have not yet gotten vaccinated. They are extremely vulnerable to this virus. So that's obviously the biggest concern. I think the data that's emerging suggests that if you have been vaccinated, you're going to be fine. That the vaccines really do seem to hold up against the virus pretty well. But my big concern is the large pockets of America that remain unvaccinated, including a group of older Americans who still have not gotten the shot. They're particularly vulnerable to this virus.
That leads me to my next question. I wondered whether you think we are on track to hit the president's goal of 70% of American adults with at least one shot by July 4th.
You know, I always thought this was the president's most ambitious goal. He has set 3 different goals for vaccines. At this moment, it looks pretty concerning. I'm not sure we're going to hit that number because vaccinations really have slowed down, especially in southern states where they've really just come to a crawl. So we've got to redouble our efforts, reach out to communities that are feeling concerned about whether they want to get vaccinated or not, help offer assurance. And maybe the Delta variant, given its contagiousness, will also motivate some people to go ahead and get the shot.
And finally, before you let you go, your thoughts on this next phase of trials on kids, on the little ones as young as 5.
Yeah, you know, all of the trials so far down to 12 have been really, really good. I expect that same thing to happen in the younger children. I have a 9-year-old, so I know he's excited about getting vaccinated when the clinical data come in. Maybe late summer, early fall, we'll have that data, and I expect it to be positive, but let's see what the data shows us.
I bet your 9-year-old reads those medical data as well, Dr. Jha. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
We are back as Carson joins the party. Millions of Americans, of course, have been working and learning from home throughout this pandemic. Living rooms, dining rooms, sofas, all turned into offices.
That begs the question, how clean are those spaces? NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen went swabbing for the answers. What's up,
Indeed, my trusty swabs. Oh, good morning. Let us be real. When is the last time you actually cleaned your desk or your computer? And which do you think would be cleaner, your home office or your desk in the office? We decided to take a workspace tour with the help of a germ meter to find out.
As many as 70% of employees reported working from home this past year. And now some companies say employees can work remotely as long as they want. In many offices, even before the pandemic, cleaning crews sanitized desks daily. But can we say the same for our home offices? You know, the ones we share with kids, pets, and our meals?
So how dirty is your work from home desk? To find out, we're using this device. It tests for invisible living cells. In short, it's a germ meter, and the higher the number, the dirtier the surface.
I swab my keyboard.
This is where I let my fingers do the walking. Mouse, conveniently located next to my open food.
And desk.
All right, here we go. It's not promising when there's actually visible dirt on the swab.
Next, I prep the samples by breaking this tube. It releases a reagent that mixes with whatever's on the swab.
I know the results are going to be bad because I've cleaned this area exactly this many times.
In a matter of seconds,
I got a result of 1,513.
For reference, hospitals are expected to keep their high-touch surfaces below 100. We don't expect to have the same level of cleanliness in the average home, but 1,500 indicates my keyboard could use some cleaning. My mouse, slightly lower at 1144, but my desk?
Whoa, this one by far, 7,506.
To help me out, my generous teammates on the consumer investigative team agreed to swab their workspaces. Many of their numbers were even higher than mine.
Ooh, gross. 3,200 on my keyboard.
3,285. America, please don't judge me.
12,743. Is this bad, Joe?
It's not great.
Producer Jamie swabbed her workspace.
7,319. Disgusting.
And her daughter's.
5,736. Gross.
Out of the three surfaces, keyboards were the germiest, with an average of 6115. We took a trip to my desk at 30 Rock to compare.
It's cleaned a lot more often, and it even has this sign that says, "This area has been cleaned and disinfected."
I do the same 3 swabs. Again, the keyboard is still the dirtiest compared to the desk and the mouse, but at 251, it's far cleaner than any of our home offices. Now that we know our home offices are pretty germy, let's go further and find out what kind of bacteria is on these surfaces. We collected samples from our home workspaces with this special swab and took them to Columbia University microbiologist Dr. Susan Whittier.
We are in suspense. What did you find?
We found a lot of different types of bacteria, most of which are normal.
In total, she identified 8 different types of microorganisms living on our desks. Most are safe and commonly found on our skin, water, indoor plants, soil, and dust.
But one of the work areas that was swabbed did have a potentially pathogenic bacteria. That was your desk, and it was loaded with Staph aureus.
That's right. My desk at home was apparently covered in a bacteria called Staphylococcus aureus.
What does that mean?
It certainly could cause an eye infection. It causes skin infection, soft tissue infection. So that was rather surprising.
I need to go leave and clean that right now. That's just disgusting. That is so gross. It's right there.
Fortunately, it's easy enough to reduce the number of germs at your workspace. Dr. Whittier says clean it twice a week with soap and water or one of these, a disinfectant wipe. And don't just wipe down your desk. Focus on the high touch areas like your keyboard and, of course, your mouse. While it might be convenient, don't eat at your desk. Not only is it cleaner to eat at a kitchen table, but it also gives you a break from the workspace. While pets are cute, they can also be dirty, so try to discourage them from lounging on your workspace. Come on, Columbo, let's go.
A reminder that cleaning is important, but
I don't want anybody to be a germaphobe. We're surrounded by bacteria. We're covered in bacteria. It's normal.
Happy Wednesday to all of you watching Today All Day. I'm Vicky Nguyen here. You just finished watching my germ meter story, and I gotta say, after I cleaned my desk at home, it made a huge difference. Before I used the germ meter, it was like a 7,500 reading. Afterwards, it dropped to like 168. So yes, cleaning definitely makes a difference.
Hey everyone watching Today in 30, I'm Joe Fryer. I'm really excited to share this story with you, especially during Pride Month. It's about 2 men who are the longest married same-sex couple in American history. Now their story is the subject of a children's book. How'd they do it? Well, it took some creativity. Check the story out for yourself.
We're back with our month-long series celebrating Pride.
Yeah, this morning we meet 2 men thought to be the longest married same-sex couple in America.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer is here with the story. Hey, Joe.
Hey there, good morning. This is a really cool story that I wasn't aware of before. So in 2004, Massachusetts became the first state to legalize same-sex marriage. In 2015, the Supreme Court made it the law of the land. But you have to dig much deeper in history to find the story of Michael McConnell and Jack Baker, who were married in Minnesota 50 years ago. Now their story is being passed on to the next generation, detailed in a new children's book.
This is a serious occasion, but not a somber one.
As far as weddings go, this one might seem rather conventional, with rings.
Bless, O Lord, the giving and receiving of these rings.
With vows.
I declare that they are to live together and are now joined in marriage.
With a 3-tiered cake.
Yeah, all right.
But the 2 plastic grooms sitting atop that cake, and the real one smiling right behind it, but rather unexpected sights in 1971.
Everyone thought it was impossible and illegal, and we proved that it was not only not illegal, but it was not impossible.
Their story starts in the 1960s when Michael McConnell and Jack Baker were students at the University of Oklahoma and met at a party. 6 months later, Jack proposed.
And I said, well, I'll commit on one condition. You have to find a way for us to get legally married. And he said, well, looks like I'm going to have to go to law school.
And that's exactly what Jack did, meticulously studying the law after the couple moved to Minnesota.
I found the marriage statute in Minnesota. I found that there was nothing in there that said that we couldn't get married.
So they applied for a marriage license in Hennepin County, but they were denied. That's when the men hatched a clever plot. Jack legally changed his name to one that's more gender neutral, Pat Lynn. Then Michael applied for a marriage license in another county, and the unsuspecting clerk issued it.
Michael and Jack have pledged their faith. They have publicly declared their love.
Before county officials could figure it out, the men quickly wed in a small ceremony with a Methodist pastor. Those 2 grooms on the cake came from bride and groom toppers that were snapped in half.
We prevailed, and I'm quite happy about that.
Their story is now the subject of an illustrated children's book written by Rob Sanders.
Here's 2 guys doing the improbable, overcoming obstacles, being told no, but persevering.
The book is called 2 Grooms on a Cake, the story of America's first gay wedding. Sanders compares baking a cake to forming a relationship. Both need time and love.
When parents and kids read this book, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I hope that parents and kids, their teachers, their librarians, realize that when you see injustice, that there's no one better to fight against injustice than yourself.
For Michael and Jack, it's an honor to share their story, the tale of 2 grooms, guided by 2 principles.
The first is full and absolute equality for all people. No exceptions, no excuses. And then our second one, love is the most powerful force in the universe. It can and does transform everything.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Tokyo Olympics are less than 2 months away, and this year the competition moves on to the water when surfing makes its Olympic debut.
One athlete we're going to be watching is Team USA surfer Carissa Moore. The 28-year-old from Honolulu, Hawaii, is a 4-time world champ.
She most recently wowed the surfing world with a jaw-dropping air reverse during the World Surf League's April event in Australia. So we can't wait to see what she has in store for Tokyo. Carissa up very early for us. They're in Hawaii. Carissa, good morning. Thank you for waiting. What is it, 3:30 there?
Yep, it's 3:30. Good morning, guys.
3:30 a.m.
Man.
Thanks for getting up.
So, we really appreciate you getting up. So, obviously, again, this is the first time the Olympics are going to feature surfing. How does it feel? Like, what does it mean to you as someone who's committed their life to this sport that it's now going to be part of the Olympics?
Gosh, this is a huge moment for surfing. I have to admit, when I was a little girl, it wasn't even on my radar. It really only became a real dream the past 4 years when it was announced that it was accepted into the Olympics. And I mean, the Olympics is the epitome of sport. That's where you really want to perform. That's the main stage. So I'm really excited, and I'm excited for people that haven't had the chance to actually watch surfing to watch it and become a fan, hopefully.
Yeah, Carissa, you've got along with every other member of Team USA, suffer from, because of COVID-19, you'll have the lack of family right there watching. How difficult is that going to be?
Gosh, I mean, it's huge. I usually travel with my husband or my dad, and those are two people I really wanted to share this experience with. But, one thing that the pandemic, I think, has taught me and all of us is how to adapt and go with the flow. So I'm looking forward to the Olympic experience and sharing it with my team. And I have a great team, and I know a lot of the other surfers as well, so it'll be really special.
I have to tell you, just to give people at home some perspective, Carissa, you are currently ranked #1 in the world. Wow. I can't even, you see people out who are surfing, so I can't even imagine what you can do and how you're training and what you're going to do.
Gosh, well, thank you so much. No, it's, I actually just got home about a week ago, and we were in Australia for about 3 months, competing in 4 different events on the World Championship Tour. It was a long time, but it was fun to get back in the jersey. And, besides the Olympics, we still have a full year, but it's nice because it keeps us ready to go for whatever's to come.
Carissa, we understand this won't be your first trip to Japan. You competed there back in 2019. You even speak a little Japanese. How are you preparing this time around? What's your training been like?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I would have loved to have done a trip to Japan before the Olympics to kind of test out the venue, but I'll be training at home. I have a great team behind me, and just trying to, the conditions in Japan the waves can be small and a little powerless. I mean, who knows? Mother Nature can send you whatever she wants, but I'll definitely try to hone in on my small wave surfing skills before I get going.
Carissa, there's been a little tension in the surfing world over competing under the U.S. flag versus the Hawaiian flag, which is, we all think of as the birthplace of surfing. You're from Hawaii, surfed under the flag in the past. How do you go to Tokyo and represent both?
Oh, I am completely honored to be going and representing the USA. I'm proud to be a part of America. I'm also a very proud Hawaiian, and I'll definitely be there representing the Aloha spirit the best that I can. And I'm proud to represent both.
Well, we are proud that you're representing us. Carissa, thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Okay, if you're still thinking about what to make for lunch today, you're going to want to see what chef and author Jeffrey Zakarian's got.
And this dish is one and done. And even better, it'll make use of all those veggies that you bought that you didn't use that are just sitting in the refrigerator.
Okay, hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Morning. Okay, before we get to this delicious dish, which I'm into.
Yes.
Our whole producing team, including our executive producer, Joanne, cannot stop staring at your Instagram, and evidently it's going viral.
Hey.
What are you doing here?
Which Instagram?
Right here.
You working out, putting us to shame.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I try to do that every Wednesday. I work out every day, but I try to do that every Wednesday. I did it as a joke first. People said, why don't you just post that? It'd be fun. And I did it. Now it's you know, look what happens, right? Stuff you don't plan on, like the pandemic happens and life changes. And so that was life-changing, just like the pandemic.
I mean,
oh, my God.
Honestly, most of us just gained the COVID-19. So the fact that you
Speak for yourself, 25 here.
The fact that you put those abs to work is helpful because you're cooking up something really delicious today.
And we're two Southern girls.
Yeah.
We're ready to eat.
We sure are. Okay, what are you cooking?
This couldn't be easier. This is a Manhattan corn chowder. So chowder's great, but you know, it is summer. This is a hot or cold dish. It's fantastic. It's gluten-free, and you can make it dairy-free. Have a little butter. You can take the butter out, olive oil. It's very simple, so yummy and so delicious. I like to call it a one-pot wonder. Come over here. I'm going to show you.
Oh, I like
very
that.
Simple. I am just in a pot, any kind of pot. You don't have to have a fancy pot. I put carrots, onions, leeks, celery, a little chili pepper, and garlic. I'm sweating it. Now, this is the base for any soup in the world. Gumbo, chowder, chicken noodle, whatever you want. Then all I do to that, very simple, is I'm going to add some tomato paste, some fresh thyme. You can use whatever herb you like. Some a little bit of canned tomato that's pureed.
Ooh, yes.
And then very simply stock. Now I like to use vegetable stock. I find it very sort of neutral in flavor.
Yeah.
But you can use water. Yes, you can use water. And during the pandemic, I cook most things with water because I don't want to have to keep running out and getting stock. All right. So then you just add your potatoes and 25 minutes until the potatoes are cooked, and then add the corn at the very end, about 5 minutes, because you want that bite on the corn. And summer corn is coming. You can feel it. You can see it. Yeah. It's not quite there, but you can use any corn. A great tip when you're using store-bought corn, make a soup. Because it doesn't matter. The soup turns the corn into magic.
I'm about to ask, is that frozen? Is that frozen corn, or where'd you get that corn?
No, that's just corn I took out of a cob. I bought it at the supermarket, completely peeled and shucked and wrapped, and it's fine. So I'm going to let this cook for about 35, 40 minutes total.
Jeffrey, I have a question for you.
Look at this.
I like my chowders a little creamier. What would I add to it that would give me that white, creamy looking moment?
Absolutely. So this is a Manhattan chowder. We've substituted cream with tomato. So you simply take out the tomato, put the cream in it, and boom, you're at your happy place.
He's from that's my thing. So he wants a little cream, you know?
No problem. I love cream too, but this is summer's coming, and we want our abs to look, kind of okay, right?
Oh, for sure. And you know what I love about this? It seems like one of those recipes that you can freeze and save for later.
Yes.
Absolutely. And plus, I serve this with my fried chickpea salad, some toasted garlic bread. It's a meal. It's a soup meal. And people kind of forget about real hearty soups can be still healthy. Gluten-free, dairy-free if you want. Just take the butter out. And you have like everything in here. And with a salad, you have a perfect composed meal.
And by the way, it's so easy to cook for company, easy to cook for kids, easy to cook for anybody.
Anybody.
So, Jeffrey, is there anything in the kitchen that you cannot live without?
Anything in the kitchen I can't live without.
Tell
probably, that's a really tough question.
Come on, anything. He thinks your actual kitchen looks good.
Yes.
Well, the kitchen is something that's really fundamental. You need fundamental good equipment. So I always tell people, buy less, spend more. And you'll spend the same as you get all these other gadgets. So buy the best, just don't buy a lot. So definitely like cast iron, anything Le Creuset, anything Dutch oven-ish works. I love to have very, very good pans, but I don't have a ton of stuff because where are you going to put it all? So I always say, spend more, buy less, and you'll spend the same.
I think that's such a good idea because also there's half the stuff stays in the back of the cabinet and you never even use it.
It's so true.
Absolutely.
It's so true.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, Jeffrey, happy summer. Sending you so much love.
Can't wait to try that, Jeffrey.
Okay, to get this
Thank
recipe.
you so much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Tell your girls hi.
Cheers.
To get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Well, we got another big show for you tomorrow on Today. We're going to take you to Universal Orlando for the grand opening of the new roller coaster there.
Also, Oscar winner Helen Hunt will stop by.
Have a great day. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning on Today.
Welcome to Today All Day. I am so excited to share some of my favorite stories with you. I've interviewed so many empowering change makers, amazing moms, and even a few of my own family members through the years. I hope you enjoy these stories as much as I do and learn a little something along the way. Padma has had such a long career. What has been your favorite moment or proudest accomplishment for you as her mom?
I went to Rome when she was doing a TV serial, and the seamstress came, and she, in her broken English Italian, explained, Padma is the only person who comes to speak to seamstress with respect. No matter how much she earns, the idea she could respect those people are the biggest thing.
Hi, everybody. I am so excited for you to hear my next conversation with my new favorite mom. Let's face it, motherhood certainly isn't easy, especially when you're a single mom and you've immigrated here with a daughter all by yourself. Well, today, that daughter is a cookbook author, Emmy Award-winning TV host, activist model, and TV food lover. I'm talking about the one and only Padma Lakshmi, and I am so excited to chat with the woman who raised her, Vijaya. Tell me, what was Padma like as a child?
When Padma was young, she was very imaginative. So the teachers asked me, are you French? I said, no, we are from India. No, your daughter told me. So I asked her, why would you say we are French? She says, Mom, half the people, they don't know where is India. Next, they don't understand if I said to them, I speak Tamil. But if I say I speak French, I didn't want to make them confused.
Take me back to when you made the decision to leave India and to come to the United States. Tell me as a mom what that was like to leave for a little bit to try to get something established here in the States.
It was very hard because till then I was never separated. Padma was brought up from 2 to 4 with my parents. After 14 months, I came back to India once and saw her. She asked me, Mom, when are you going to come and take me to America? My eyes started tearing. I said, pretty soon, my darling, I'm working on it.
You sacrificed so much to try to give her a foundation. Do you remember when she first got here, what it was like to be reunited again?
Yes, ran down and I picked her up. And that was the joyous day in my life. Even if I don't achieve anything else that day, I thank God for being graceful to me.
And tell me, when did you guys start to cook together?
We cooked when she was very young, but I think more. She had some Filipino friends in New York, and she saw them cooking. And one day she said, Mom, I can cook. So I was surprised. I said, what can you cook? She said, I can cook soup. And she put the can on the stove. So I thought that you don't do that.
She put the actual can on the stove?
Yes. So I had to teach her.
How did you balance working as a nurse, raising a young child on your own? How did you do it all? How did you juggle?
Well, I think when you have to do, there is nothing you can't do. And she used to tell me, Mom, one day I'll become a movie star. That's what she said. You don't have to buy anything. I'll buy it.
And in her memoir, she talked about how she struggled with self-confidence sometime as a kid, and she had to come to terms with her identity. I heard an interview where she said sometimes they referred to her as, a black giraffe because she was tall, or sometimes she would have one foot in this world and another foot in that world. How did you deal with that when you see your daughter struggling with her identity?
I had to make her sit and talk, although God is great, but He had to make different colors. I said, don't let that bother. But of course it bothered her. And telling the truth, we are different, but we are same because we are all human beings. We feel anger, we feel love in the same way.
She's talked very open about the fact that, and she was in a pretty serious car accident when she was 14 years old, and she has that scar on her arm. What do you think gave her the strength to deal with some of those hardships and how she was able to overcome them and triumph in the end, really?
Initially, she had to go to school, so she would wear long sleeves. Slowly, she got used to it, and a photographer said, no, that's a beautiful scar. And from that time, she opened it. See, I couldn't be that free.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you think about the journey that you guys have had, the times when you were here in the States by yourself, bringing her over, fast forward to now, what's it like watching her on television and to see so many people adore her? What is that like for you as a mom?
Sometimes I don't even believe her. Is it my daughter? Sometimes I think, I don't know how she gets up so early in the morning.
How do you get it so crispy? What's the secret?
The secret is exactly what I'm telling you.
I'm very proud of her.
Tell me, do you have all of the cookbooks that she's created, and do you watch her on television?
She usually cooks at least one meal in her house, even if I go there. And the difference between us is that she is very methodical. She won't mix things, whereas I mix things. So when she cooks, I just observe and say, what do you want me to do?
Is there something that she cooks that's your favorite?
I like her cooking the full chicken with vegetable, baking it. She has equally spent time knowing Indian food, and I am happy for her to be Indian American than just Indian or just American.
When did you know that she was successful? When she was cooking, modeling? Like, when did you exhale and say, you know what, I think my sacrifice is paid off and Padma's gonna be okay?
That's a difficult question to say, but I think her activist areas where she has worked for women and color, LGBT, all those things matter to me because they are the ones who need help.
She's very vocal about immigration and women's rights. Has she always been passionate about using her voice for change?
Yes. So I'm glad she is like a woman I wanted to be, but I didn't have guts to be. I lived in the era, even though I was here, what will people say? I respect that she has a guts to fight for women, fight for weaker people.
If I were to ask you, what is the one thing you did right as a mom? What did you do right?
I brought her up not as a strict mother, a mother to whom she can come and say, I goofed, this is what happened. How can we fix this?
My last question, what's your biggest piece of advice to other parents?
Relax, enjoy the parenthood, get down with them and play, because a lot of times we are busy doing our chores.
You were wonderful. That's it. You were so, so wonderful. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. Thank you.
Chanel, you are a good mother, Chanel.
Oh, thank you.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hardest decision you've had to make as a mom?
Ooh. You know, I think sometimes, especially as they're adults, it's telling them the truth. But as your kids get older, sometimes they don't really want to hear sometimes what mom has to say. But you feel it so hard and so strong in your gut that it's like, I gotta tell you what I have to say. I would say that's the hardest thing.
Our next mother has two beautiful daughters who have been in the entertainment industry for a very long time. We're talking about Jessica and Ashley Simpson. They are singers, reality show stars, actresses, authors, businesswomen, and much more. But today, I get to chat with the woman they call their #1 fan and role model, their mom, Tina. Let's start at the very beginning. Tell me about those early years in Texas with the girls, and you were a young mom.
I got married at 18, had Jessica at 20, and Ashley at 24. I was definitely a very young mother, but it was like the only thing I ever wanted to do. I mean, I really did. It was just like my passion. But in the younger years, I mean, it was hard. My ex, Joe, their dad, was a youth pastor, and we were very poor. We didn't have much money, and we moved around a lot because we'd go from church to church and, help kids.
When it came to groceries or cooking dinner, like how did you do it day to day?
Honestly, we both had a lot of jobs. I would have like aerobic classes in the church and taught, created these little classes that Jessica always calls it Jump for Jesus, but the name of it really was called Heavenly Bodies. And it was this Christian aerobic class that I taught, so we were always kind of had our little side jobs. We were making money, making ends meet. And it was never oh my gosh, we don't have anything. I mean, we always felt like we had all we needed.
The cool thing is they had each other. Do you remember the dynamics back then?
Jessica was 4 when Ashley was born. And literally she was her second mother. And as soon as Ashley was old enough, and she just started sleeping with Jessica. And so they slept together every night for the rest of their lives pretty much until they got married.
Are they different? How would you describe their personalities, even growing up?
Ashley was a little more rebellious, whereas Jessica was a little bit more pleasing, whereas Ashley would be let me show you what I can do.
When you look back at those early years, what did you do right, Tina?
I just love them, and harsh or anything like that, but they knew they could push me so far, and then they couldn't push me any further. But we laughed a lot. We had a lot of laughter, a lot of fun, just found a lot of joy in life, in the midst of whatever was coming. It was we'll be able to face this together.
So when did the singing start taking hold? Tell me about what age were they when you said, ooh, we've got something here.
Well, for Jessica, it was very young because she was 3 years old. She'd be singing in the back of the car. It's when she put a mic in her hand, she came alive, and it was just her passion. I could just see it in her. And it was the same with Ashley. That kid came out of my womb dancing. And so she would dance and perform, and that was her favorite thing to do, and entertain everybody that came over. My advice to any parent always is to say, just watch your kids, because your kids are going to tell you what their passion is.
I love that. There are so many people watching, I'm sure, parents watching, who will say, okay, where's the line between you have this kid who's really talented, they can sing, they can dance. How did you break into I don't want to say break into stardom, but when did the break happen?
Yeah, well, that happened actually not really until Jessica went to the Mickey Mouse Club auditions. And that was a random fluke. We were just we'd not been in the business at all. And like I said, just singing in church. And Jessica auditioned, and they flew us to Orlando for 2 weeks, to Disney World, to go to Disney camp. And that was Ryan Gosling and Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera. These are the people that were in the camp with Jessica.
Was it surreal?
We were very innocent, and honestly, in starting it, very naive. But because of that, I was not letting those kids out of my clutches. I was going to be the mother that stayed with my kids in that industry and watch over them and make sure that they were never alone.
How did you deal with it as a mom, mentally?
It was really hard because they were judged by the world, obviously, and that was probably the most stressful thing, is just the negativity of things that people would say. I really taught them to just be fighters. We're very spiritual people, and lean deep into that, and teaching them the world is not always easy, but people are going to say negative things about us, but you rise above that by loving others and sharing that love and just letting your heart pour out.
Is this chicken what I have, or is this fish? Baby, I messed up. I'm not good at this whole housewife thing yet.
Reality shows, sometimes there can be a narrative, and once it takes hold, sometimes you even watch a show and you're like, wait, huh? And you're almost kind of swept into this current. What was it like for you as a mom?
The reality television show was, it was hard in some ways because I'm more private. So that part was a little bit of a struggle for me at first. So to be oh, wow, do we really want to do this, and making sure that we were, again, really protecting the narrative. And back then it was the real deal. It wasn't scripted. It was invasive, to be honest. But soon you kind of learn that they're not there in a way, and you just kind of let your life flow and let it go. Jessica herself and Ashley both are so naturally funny. The things that would just come out of Jessica's mouth, that's just really real.
There are times where Jessica has been very open and healing, I will say, when she's talked about weight shaming. How do you, as a mom, how do you deal with that? When your every move is being talked about, and especially for weight, that's a challenging one, because we're all dealing with it.
I have to be honest, to me, the hardest thing with Jessica has been the weight, because the way people judge her, it's unbelievable. Body shaming is a terrible thing, and no girl should have to go through that, or guy, period, no one. Because of that, it catapulted all kinds of different emotions and different things in her life too, you know? And then it made her want to be a recluse in a lot of ways, and, you know, to hide out and not want to get out of her house, or, you know, things like that, that it just like wasn't who she was.
Many celebrities launch clothing lines, but few are as successful as Jessica Simpson.
Okay, I found a very comfortable, affordable shoe. Here it is.
It's so cute.
Look at it. Look at it. It's Jessica Simpson.
So I remember sitting in church and I look over and I was like, ooh, Grandmama, where did you get those black pumps, those heels? And she said, honey, Jessica Simpson. I love it. And I was like, really? She has shoes? And she was like, oh, girl, yeah, the best shoes. It's just funny to me because you guys have had like 9 lives.
Yeah, we truly have.
The whole collection is just, I think people underestimate how successful it is.
Yeah. We have 36 licensed categories of product now with the Jessica Simpson collection. Yeah, and that's, you know, and it's funny because that all came from, like, we were doing the reality show and they would call us and they'd be like, oh my gosh, like every time Jessica wears this, it sells out. So I looked at Jessica one day and I said, you know what? Well, I mean, this is great that you're selling out all this product for Juicy and we love these girls and they're amazing. I said, but what about if, like, we did our own line? Like, what do you think about that? And she looks at me, she goes, Mom, I think that's great. I think that's amazing.
I'm sitting here thinking, I mean, from like making costumes on stage to running a, frankly, billion-dollar company. I mean, it's something out of, it's like something out of a movie. You wouldn't even believe it, you know?
It's true. It's really true.
Favorite moment of this wild ride you have had with your daughters?
Oh man, there's so many. Like, my head's like spinning when you see them take a stage and they like own that stage. And like all their beautiful gifts come shining through and they enlighten people and they give them hope and they show them that, you know, that they can do this too. Those are my most favorite moments.
Last question, what is the biggest advice you have for other moms?
Just love them, meet them where they are, love them where they're at, encourage them, and, you know, be their rock. Just be that rock. Take anything, like, don't let anything totally shock you. You know, like, let them just pour their heart out to you about whatever, be an open book, to use that term, to your children. You know, just really like lay it out there so they know that they have you and that you're not going anywhere.
Oh my gosh, if we were in person, I'd give you a hug.
I wish we could hug you.
Thank you so much. That was so beautiful, Tina. You're such a beautiful mom. Like, it's just, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, cheers!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Call your mother.
Call your mother.
Yes, call your mother.
No big deal. Just, hi, Ma, how are you? I love you. I gotta go. I don't need a discussion. You don't need to be telling me all kinds of things. That's all I'm asking.
Do they all still call home? Even now?
As grown men, grown women, they still call.
Yes. Matt calls me from all over the world. Every single day for the past 2.5 years. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it is.
You're going to love my new favorite mom. Even though I say everybody's my favorite, it's because I love them all. Today, you know her last name, Wahlberg. It's famous. She has 9 kids. But we get to chat with the woman behind the last name.
Hi. Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I know I can only imagine all the stories you have about chasing them down the streets. But at the end of the day, when you hear them talk, they're kind, they're gracious, they're humble. How did you do it?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, there were times that I really hit bottom and said, I can't do this.
When was it the hardest?
When they were small. When they were all small. That's when I used to have to go get the welfare butter and cheese.
Were you cooking every day?
That was a challenge.
How did you do it?
I'm not quite sure. I swear to God, I invented the craziest meals.
Like what?
Oh, English muffin pizzas. That was the big treat.
Did you ever run out of ideas?
Not really. I had no choice. I had to find them something to eat.
If I were to ask you, Alma, the 2 things you did right, what would you say?
At the time, I didn't know I was doing right. You know what I mean? I was just doing what I felt like I had to do.
Did you have to be tough?
At times, yes. Yeah. The other thing was I always try to mean what I said. I didn't know what was the right or wrong thing sometimes, because sometimes it got really crazy, because there's 9 of them all doing different things. As they were getting older, I noticed they were being nicer to each other.
Give me some advice for parents who have kids who they see talent in, whether it's acting or singing. Talk about like Donnie, for example, or Mark, since they're known as the performers.
Encourage them immediately.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
How early did you see the talent?
The first time I went to, it was a neighborhood show in one of the schools, and the new kids were gonna perform. I was like, whoa, oh my God, they're good.
What's that like? Because I don't know what that's like. People are cheering, screaming. What does that feel like for you?
I don't know if I could explain it, but I'll show you one thing.
Okay.
This was a New Kids concert. And my son came down off the stage and sung to me and was hugging me. I just, oh my God, what a feeling.
Is it pride? Is it love?
It's both. It's both.
Especially knowing the journey,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. But he said to me, you know, Ma, if it wasn't you, there probably wouldn't have been any new kids because you encouraged us, you were pushing us. And I was.
How'd you push them? Just practicing?
Yep. I said, you gotta rehearse.
Favorite family tradition?
I think that would be probably Thanksgiving. Because no matter where anybody is, we all get together and we enjoy it. We have a lot of fun.
Any nicknames of the kids growing up?
Okay, I'm gonna get in trouble now. Donnie was Baby Donnie. Mark was Monkey.
What?
Because I bought him a monkey for Christmas. He loved that thing so much, and he dragged it with him everywhere.
What advice would you give to your younger self as a mom?
I was learning as they were learning. And I told him, I said, all I am asking from you, just want you to be a good person. I wanted to give them the love that I always felt I wanted and never got. And I wanted them to know I'm always there, always, always. I may not like what you're telling me, but I'm there for you, and that's it. And that's how they all are now. They're there for me.
Hi, Mom. I love you. Every single time that I ever needed you, despite how many crazy kids are in that house and animals and in-laws and you name it, you always found me and took care of me and made me feel better even in the darkest of times. And I love you and I thank you and I'm proud of you.
Thank you, baby.
That is everything.
Here, show me this. This is the family. This is the unit. You know, I hear the word matriarch, and I don't use it a lot.
Yeah.
But you're a matriarch. I mean, look at this. You're right at the center. And you're tiny. And it's all here. Yeah. It's amazing.
And now I look at them, and every single one of them are good people. And they help people, and couldn't be prouder. Definitely.
Thanks.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Wednesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat with E's Justin Sylvester you can only see here. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. Broadway is back, well, at least for Lin-Manuel Miranda and Jimmy Fallon. Carson has all the details on their show-stopping performance of every musical they can't wait to see. Take a look.
The one thing that everybody can agree on, it is now the favorite part of the day.
Why, just thank you, Al.
I'm sorry.
And thank you for that dead rat story in the morning.
It was a mouse.
I can't shake it. I just can't shake it. You should get a trackpad.
I think.
Yeah. First up, The Tonight Show. This was incredible. Last night, Lin-Manuel Miranda joined Jimmy Fallon in a huge musical number celebrating the upcoming return of Broadway. It was really fun. They performed the tribute to a packed studio audience, as you can see, reminding us of what we can all look forward to when shows return to Broadway this fall.
Mormons telling me hello. Founding fathers dueling, whoa. Dancers canning through Paris. I miss trying out for chorus line. A whole new world would be defined. And feeling like I'm defying gravity.
Sorry, I gained a few pounds during quarantine.
It's okay, Jimmy, keep going. Won't you please come with us? There is life beyond your friends at Netflix, Hulu, Peacock, Disney Plus.
Really well done. And it culminated live on the stage there. They got some help, as you can see, some Broadway legends, Kristen Chenoweth there, Christopher Jackson, Felicia Rashad. Shows are scheduled to return here in New York City this September, which is a great thing.
Oh, chills.
Yeah. Next up, big news from the Foo Fighters. Frontman Dave Grohl announced yesterday the band's going to be hitting MSG, that's Madison Square Garden here in New York, later this month for the venue's first full-capacity concert since the start of the pandemic. Grohl called into the Howard Stern show to break the good news.
We're reopening Madison Square Garden on June 20th, and I cannot wait. I mean, we've been rehearsing every day and writing this insane set list of like 25 years of songs.
Jeez.
Father's Day.
That's going to be a show. That'd be a great Father's Day gift.
Well,
that's a good one.
That's going to be an amazing show, and it's only fitting that the Foo Fighters are bringing concerts back to New York City, since in a few months the band's going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But you might remember Dave Grohl's already there thanks to his time in Nirvana. They were inducted back in 2014. As for who might present the Foo Fighters with that honor, Dave Grohl asked his mom if she might be interested. Well, how did that go?
Who's going to induct you?
I'm not sure yet. I think we're still trying to figure that one out. We talked about this when I was on the show, when we were on the show a couple months ago, whatever. Well, remember, Pat was saying it should be my mom. Do you remember that? I went back to my mom. She was like, no way. I'm not inducting you guys in the Rock and Roll of Fame.
Rockstar mom.
So there's a chance.
That's different than my
Makes
mom
sense.
said.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to wait until the ceremony in October to see if she changes her mind, but it doesn't sound like she will. Next up, Tyler Perry. Remember how it was really sad just a few years ago, Perry announcing that he was retiring the legendary character Medea. Well, today we do have some good news for you. Medea is coming back, everybody. Perry shared the announcement in a video message just yesterday.
This is Medea saying I'm coming back and I'm on Netflix. I can't wait to take it so guys out. Damn it, hey.
We need to laugh, man. Too much is going on in the country. We need to laugh, so I was done.
But I wasn't.
But she's coming back.
Knew it. I knew it.
It's like a heavyweight fighter, you know, once they retire.
Never retires.
No. Looks like after 11 movies together, he just couldn't shake Medea. The upcoming project being called A Medea Homecoming is scheduled to hit Netflix, as you heard, in 2022. More than 2 decades since he brought the beloved character to life on the big screen. And finally, speaking of beloved characters, Indy's back. Harrison Ford spotted just yesterday in full Indiana Jones attire on the set for the upcoming 5th installment in the franchise. Josh Gad posting this picture with the caption, all is right with the world. Welcome back, Dr. Jones. We couldn't agree more. It was announced back in December that Harrison Ford would don the brown fedora one last time in what is set to be the final, but who knows about what's final these days. Indiana Jones film. We are so looking forward to that.
Allegedly the final.
And that is your pop star.
Coming up next on Today Talks, want a chance to make Al Roker a part of your family? We'll explain. Stay with us.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Chanel and Al chat about the psychology of going out alone in public, like to the movies or dining solo. So how do they feel about it? Take a look.
Welcome back. It's time for Overheard on Third. So you can make this legend right here, Al Roker, a part of your family.
Well, not exactly. All right,
as close as you're going to get.
Well, let's hit pause and explain. It turns out there's a kitten named Al Roker that's looking for a forever home. This domestic short-hair cat lives in Durham,
Al.
North Carolina, with his foster mom. Says Al is very energetic and friendly. But one of the veterinary assistants at the rescue named the whole litter after different news icons. And then they came to me and felt that it was a good fit for the cat. So if you're interested, Al Roker is available through 2 Paws Up.
Wait, you're reading this too quickly. I think this is amazing.
I think it's a little,
I have a feeling
odd,
there will be at least more than one call for somebody who wants.
Well, we
to
hope so.
adopt Al.
Now, they don't ship animals, and they require an in-person meet and greet.
Okay.
But if you are in the area, know somebody who's in the area, we'll put the information on thirdhourtoday.com. You can check that out.
And then will you do me a favor when you adopt Al? Will you send us a picture? Wouldn't that be great?
See, I would understand them naming it if it was one of those hairless
It was a
Egyptian
little black
cats. That's right.
Look at him. That's you.
So that's me. That's right.
They had the polka dot.
I wish you had little glasses on.
Yeah, well, we can make that happen.
Okay, well, so hopefully you'll be checking out Al Roker, the kitten, online.
Yes.
But we have a question for you about the checkout line at the grocery store. Now, I know it's rare for you to be in the grocery store, but...
Well, I'm actually at the grocery store all the time.
That's right. Well,
I should probably order online. Yeah.
In any event, so have you ever been in the grocery store? This person in front of you, you're at the checkout, and they say, "Oh, I just forgot something. Could you just hold my place in line?" And they run off and get that.
Is this true confessions?
Well, I've done it.
I'm that person. I'm the one who runs and I run and get something because I believe that I can get back in time before they're finished with my groceries. And as long as you're back, I think it's completely okay.
Well, I do too.
Yes.
And I have done that.
Yes.
But a listener of 98.3 TRY radio, that's right, the big TRY, wanted to find out if it was rude. Station's response is in the big picture, waiting 2 or 3 more minutes doesn't really make
It's not that big a deal. Our crew disagrees. You know, in our ear, you know what somebody just said? I'd hate both of you.
Matt Greenfield, our senior producer, says he hates us.
But I don't see why am I bothering you, Greenie? Like, I'll be right back. I mean, I know where the milk is. I know where the eggs are. If I forgot them,
yeah,
you know.
Because that's why I don't mind when somebody does it because I've done it.
Yeah,
so,
as long as you come back. And He's
Well, we try to get all our items.
yelling at us right now.
He's yelling at us. Where'd all this anger come from? Anyway, so you may be going to the grocery store, but by yourself.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about other activities like eating at a restaurant or go to a movie theater by yourself?
Can you do that? You can.
Oh, yes. I do it all the time.
Out by yourself?
Yeah.
We just had a buddy up yesterday. You can't go anywhere without Al Roker, can we take a selfie? So if you're by yourself, there's nobody to say, oh, okay, I'll do it. Okay, see you later.
Well, it's not like I'm inviting people in to
So if you're at a restaurant, you'll just go to a restaurant.
Yeah, just go to a restaurant. Like, you know, we've been on shoots, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, there's an article from Psychology Today noting that people can be reluctant because we worry about how people may actually view us.
I believe that.
Do you ever?
The older I get, the more comfortable I am with myself.
Although it's harder probably for you to do.
It is.
The kids are still fairly
The kids
young.
are small. I will admit I usually need a phone or something, like just something to look down, something to play with. The other day I didn't take my phones and I was out. I can't remember what I was doing, but it's a little uncomfortable still, just a little.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anything to do. You know what I mean?
Which is the beauty of it.
I know,
That's
but
the
you're
perfect
just
part.
sitting there.
In fact, research suggests people enjoy the experience equally, whether alone or with a friend. So, but it's a different experience.
Yeah.
And you get different.
I'm willing to continue to develop that, whatever that is.
You know, what you might do is get in front of Matt Greenfield at a checkout line and then run away, go to a restaurant, and then come
sit
back.
there. You're welcome, Greenie.
There you go.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna E's Justin Sylvester is here, plus one of our favorite segments, Unscripted.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Welcome back. Today in the fourth hour, we're talking about our love of musicals. Plus, have you heard? I'm jumping out of a plane Friday live on TV. We'll have all the latest on how I'm feeling about that. And does Justin have any advice for me? Take a look. Okay, so you are wearing a robe.
I wanted to feel like Hoda today. That was my goal. Feel like the one.
You know what? It's so funny because it's like when you wear a robe, don't you feel a little bit like P. Diddy?
I feel so rich in this. By the way, this is the plushest robe I've ever. My skin is like oohing and on right now.
It's hard to take it off, right?
It's hard to take it off. And if I was rich, I think I would wear a robe all day too.
You would? You just go
Yes.
for it. You get P. Diddy's motivation.
Everywhere.
And would you be on a jet ski? Probably so. All right, well, the reason why we're wearing these robes is it's Tuesday, and as a reminder, Justin picked out these 3 outfits for me.
So you know it's gonna be bomb, guys.
Okay.
I'm excited. I actually think the one that I picked won. That's
Wait,
the
I
one
thought you picked all 3 of them.
I picked all 3, but I wanted one to win specifically.
Okay.
So let's take off our robes.
Let's see. And the winner is...
Yes! Yes!
Skyline.
This is what I wanted.
I know. I do love this dress.
I love it. And by the way, an homage to New York. What a great
Right?
way
Aren't
to,
you?
like-
Okay, so you've been here for a couple days now. You were walking home last night
I'm embarrassed to tell this story.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna take a swig of this Kathy Lee juice real quick.
No, it's not Kathy Lee juice.
So you guys, I'm walking home.
Yes.
And yesterday we had this full conversation about our one dream in life.
Okay, so we both have it, and
Yes.
we're willing to do it together.
Yes.
We just want to play.
Dead bodies on Law and Order SVU.
Is it that hard?
It's all I've ever wanted.
It's all my sisters ever wanted to.
Come on. So
we can be triplets.
We can be
dead
triplets. The Bush trips.
Okay.
So I'm walking home yesterday from dinner.
Yes.
I had a few Kathy Lees, and I see this, crew filming. And the first thing that pops in my mind is, I'm in New York. This must be Law and Order SVU. So I'm like going through, I'm texting people at NBC. I go to the guy, and he's like, what do you want? I'm like, is this Law and Order SVU? Do you guys need extras? I'm down. I have nothing to do until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. He's like, it's a Verizon commercial, sir. Can you get out the shot?
But then you were like, are there dead people on the Verizon commercial?
I was like, I'm down. I'm union.
If so, I play.
I'm here. I will pay you, sir, to do this thing right here.
You know what? One day maybe. Don't you ever have those nights or days where there's some sort of true crime marathon and you're like laying in bed and you're eating something that's turning your fingers orange?
Yes.
And all of a sudden you're just watching
Dateline
Yes.
all day, yes. I literally told Craig Melvin, I have no life because of you. I watch Dateline Secrets Revealed every Friday night.
Thank you, Craig. All right, so I'm doing something really stupid.
Okay, in 48 hours, you are about to, I just heard about this from somebody on the staff. You are jumping out of a plane in 48?
Yes, I am. I'm so scared. You know when you've said yes to something and every morning you wake up with a pit in your stomach and you're like, why did I say yes to that?
Trust me, I was in a relationship for 3 years. Yes, I had that pit every single day. But wait, what is happening in your life?
Okay.
Is it like a birthday or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm celebrating my grandfather's birthday, which is on Saturday. He would have been 97, and he jumped out of an airplane on a lot of milestone birthdays to celebrate the service of the people that he lost in World War II, but also just to celebrate life. So I'm headed down to Virginia to skydive with the U.S. Army Golden Knights, which is who he skydove, is that the word?
Yes.
Skydove with. So I'm really excited, but I'm also really nervous. And we asked for some advice, and one viewer actually said that my grandpa was the reason why she skydove.
Yeah. Skydive.
I like that you're trying to, it's skydove.
Yeah.
You know? Whatever. Okay, so she has a little message from Dot Ramsey. Here she is.
I knew that I couldn't do a lot of things since I have MS, but I knew I could jump out of an airplane. So that's what I did. The only advice I can give you is don't be scared. It's going to be fun.
Okay, that makes me feel better about what you're doing, because I was a little concerned that you wanted to jump out of an airplane, but this woman just gave
But
me...
also, look how beautiful her face looked while she was like, she just looked so free and happy. What a story. So I think it should be okay. Look at that face. Oh.
I love that. I want to come.
Come, will you come?
I'll be
Will
waiting
you
for you
catch
with
me?
the champagne at the bottom.
Will you ever jump?
No. Unless there was a ring and $1 million waiting at the end of that, maybe.
Okay. So we already established that growing up, we were musical theater nerds who never passed one audition.
Never.
We
I
can't sing. We can't dance. We really can't act. But last night, two people that can both sing and act and dance on The Tonight Show, Jimmy Fallon and Lin-Manuel Miranda, teamed up for a musical melody celebrating the fact that Broadway is on its way back.
And they even enlisted some help from some of Broadway's biggest stars. Check it out.
It's been a year of quarantine, it's time for company. Bobby, come from away, taught me all about hospitality. Sorry. And Miss Mormon's telling me hello. Founding fathers dueling, whoa! The dancers canning through Paris. I miss trying out for chorus line. A whole new world would be divine. And feeling like I'm defying gravity.
Sorry, I gained a few pounds during quarantine.
It's okay, Jamie, keep going. Won't you please come with us? There is life beyond your friends at Netflix, Hulu, Peacock, Disney Plus.
NBC's like, whatever Jimmy wants. Like,
Seriously.
like,
It's like the man wants confetti? Yes. Dancer? Sure.
oh my God, I want a new pair of shoes. I'm going through 6 different channels to get this. He gets Kristen Chenoweth.
All I have to say is I cannot wait for Broadway to be back.
What do you want to see? Like, what's the first thing?
So I've already purchased tickets to Hamilton to take my kids. Because I feel like they're old enough now, even though Mila points out the bad words in every single song. And I cannot wait to see Moulin Rouge. Again, you have to go see Moulin Rouge.
I have not seen Moulin Rouge, and I'm dying to see it. You know the other thing I really want to see?
What?
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice?
You guys, I heard Beetlejuice is amazing, isn't it?
It closed.
Wait, I missed it?
Sorry, there was a little thing called the pandemic, and I hate to tell you, but Beetlejuice
Is gone.
Gone.
Oh, man.
Okay, there's some major news breaking in Bachelor Nation. You have to tell me all this.
Oh my God, after months of turmoil, longtime host Chris Harrison is officially leaving the Bachelor franchise. He posted on Instagram, I've had a truly incredible run as host, and I'm excited to start a new chapter with my 2-decade journey as it's wrapping up. Now, this comes 4 months after Chris defended, I remember you know this, defended a contestant from last season, Rachel Kirkconnell, after a controversial photo resurfaced.
Okay, so obviously there's this big opening, right?
Yes.
Who do you think? Rachel Lindsay? That's who you think?
I think Rachel Lindsay would
the
be the
hosting gig.
perfect host
Yes.
because she's been in the situation. She knows the ins and outs. She knows what these people are going through. And if it's not her, I think I know a guy at E who would definitely take it for a quarter of the price that Chris Harrison cost. I heard he was getting paid some $20 million.
Really?
Can you believe?
$20 million to host The Bachelor? Okay.
I'll take $2.
And also you can travel everywhere. I think it'd be good for you.
And be in all the business.
Yes.
I just want to know everything.
Yeah, exactly. What's going on in that hot tub. Okay, put on that delay. It's time for Unscripted. Justin, you love to read.
I am obsessed. Audiobooks are my favorite.
Oh, you listen. You don't like...
I like both.
What about when you were little? Did you love The Babysitter's Club like I did?
I liked, what was that? Hey, God, are you here? It's me, Margaret.
Oh, Margaret. Yeah, Judy Blume.
That was my favorite.
The best. Okay, well, I'm really excited because today the editors of Amazon Books released their list of the best books of the year so far. And I didn't write them, but I feel so happy because a lot of Read with Jenna picks are on there.
Are you the new Oprah? Like, Oprah's book club doesn't exist anymore, so
No,
you're...
Oprah's book club does exist.
But I mean, like, it's not like, like on TV
Yes.
anymore and it's not happening. I just want to let you guys know this. This is not an act. I walked in here this morning and I left with 2 books.
It's
She's
true.
like handing out books in her office, like, oh, if you like this, you should read this.
It's true.
Like, this is your life.
I love it. I love to read, and I'm so happy with this book club. And so these are the books. Write it down. Take out a pen. If you want to read with me this summer, read Good Company, The 4 Winds, and I gave you What's Mine and Yours by Naomi Coster, Malibu Rising, which is so much fun. I'll also give you that one. All of these books made the top 20, and the #1 book of the year so far, the book we got to read and chose, called Great Circle by Maggie Shipstead. So I'm so excited.
You should be.
I feel like a proud mama with all these authors. It's so awesome.
That's amazing. I have to know, though, because, sometimes when you get to the first, 20 or 30 pages and you're not engaged, you kind of put the book down.
Yes.
Like, what's your gauge of, okay, I can go through this book?
Well, I never did before. Okay? I never did that before I started this book club, but now I'm reading so much that if I'm not into it, or if it doesn't, it's not going to pick, it won't be a good book for the club.
Yeah.
I close it up.
You're done.
I close it up. But also reading with my kids is one of the best privileges of being a mom.
Oh.
Like we're reading the scary stories right now, Mila and I think Henry just thinks it's hilarious because she's like, I'm scared, Mama. What about any books you couldn't put down this year? Anything that got you through the pandemic?
The Girl in Cabin 10.
Oh, yeah.
Have you read that one?
Yes.
Anything suspenseful that may or may not end up being a Lifetime movie is what I'll read. And Kyle Richards is like the queen of suspenseful books.
Does she love mysteries?
She loves mysteries and she
Okay,
loves
can
me
I
to
give
read at
you
the
a
same time.
book
Yes.
for her called White Ivy? I'm going to give
Done.
you this book. Shonda Rhimes is making it into a TV series.
There you go.
It's a mystery. It's so good. So I'll give it to you to give to Kyle, and I'll also give one for you to read so y'all can do like a Real Housewives reading club.
Done and done.
Okay, sounds good. Today Talks continues after the break. Justin and I have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1,
Yes! So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day. So it's a big week for the Kardashians.
Yes, tomorrow is officially the end of an era. Keeping Up with the Kardashians is ending after 14 years, 20,000 hours of footage, 250 episodes, 10 babies, 3 weddings, multiple sister blowouts. I mean, can you imagine?
Can you, first of all, think back to 14 years ago, wherever you were. What you were doing 14 years ago. I can't exactly do the math, but you know, and then the fact that this family has built this incredible brand and business, all of them have separate businesses, which are super impressive.
And by the way, when you work with family, you normally don't speak to family after 5 years. You know what I mean? Like you hear about sisters going into business together and it failing and splitting up a family, but it seems like this show has brought these people closer together.
Yeah. You know Kris Kardashian, and I've spent a little time with her, you know, only on the air. But what I will say is, as a mom, I just don't know how she's done it, because I mean, I guess I do know how she's done it, because my mom did the same thing.
Yeah.
My best friend is my sister, but but we don't, you know, run $1 billion business together. I do think it's like you can tell that family is the priority. So they are polarizing into some, but at the same time, how awesome is it that the family has stayed the priority?
For sure, but I mean, imagine, all right, yes, Kris Kardashian definitely built a $100 billion empire, but your mother was the first lady. And family was always first in your home, even though the country was, you know, in your guys' hands, in your dad's hands. You know, she always kept it family first. That's why you now keep it family first.
Well, my dad always says, actually, that like the best thing he ever did was marry my mom, because when we were in college, he knew that she had us, you know, that her number one priority, and it was the same, by the way, with Mrs. Obama, that her priority were those girls.
100%.
But it's okay, tell me, the end of this era, what do you think?
So let's get into a little bit of gossip.
Okay, let's go, because that's where you do your thing.
That's where I want to go. You know, I thrive in the gossip. So we've been watching as Kim and Kanye's separation has been happening live on camera, and she admitted that she feels like a failure and she's a loser, and you know, we've all literally read every bit that was written about them. But now it seems that Kim and Kanye are great. She just posted photos of him for his birthday, saying that, you know, they're gonna be family for life. We had all the sisters post photos. It just seems like they're going the Gwyneth Paltrow route in this conscious uncoupling.
Which is that what everybody does now? I mean, that was a word they coined, but it seems like that's the way to go, right?
Yeah, and you know, also Laura Wasser, who is a lawyer, one of the biggest divorce attorneys ever, started this thing, and I'm not sure if she's doing this with Kim and Kanye, but she started—
Is she Kim's lawyer?
I don't know that. It's not on record, but she does these mediations where before you get to court, you have everything kind of sort of hammered out. And we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar divorce here, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Multi-billion-dollar divorce.
Yeah, and to have to do all of that on TV, like I wouldn't want that for anybody. You know what I mean? Because it is painful.
For sure.
But you say she's still signing her name KKW.
Yes. So she went out the other night and a fan asked her for her autograph.
You know all the
I know
gossip.
all the gossip.
You really do.
And she signed it Kim Kardashian West. Now, I'm not surprised as Kim Kardashian West has made a brand out of that whole KKW. But also, I've flown with children who don't have the same last name as me, bringing clients, kids to them on vacations. It's
hard.
tough. It's really tough.
I love that you've done that too. We could sit here all day, but that is it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today All Day. Bye, Justin.
Hi guys, it's so great to see you. By the way, first of all, I love this friendship. I love it. I love it. And Billy, do I have the story right? You're watching SNL like you do on Saturday nights, and on pops this amazing human being who like captivates you.
I was blown away. I mean, I had not seen Girl Trip. So when she came on, I went, who is this? And she was so great and funny and charming. And she wore this beautiful white dress. And she just was, and in the sketches, she was sensational. So we had finished the draft, and I called Alan and I said, watch it. That's who we have to get her. We have to get her. And fortunately we did.
So Tiffany, how did you learn that Billy Crystal had his eye on you and said, that's the girl I want for this role?
Well, first the universe told me Billy is coming, and I was like, Billy who? No, I had a dream. No, my agent called me and was like, Billy Crystal would like to talk to you. He would like to meet with you. And I was like, Billy Crystal wants to talk to me? Are you serious? And it's like, yes. And so I remember, I was like, set it up. So I remember the day before, I was like, my hair, I had just took my hair out of some braids, and I was like, should I go natural? What should I do? Should I press my hair? What should I do with my hair? Like, do I need to put on makeup? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna show up supernatural. I'm gonna come all the way through. And if he like me, it'd be cool. If he just trying to use me for something, then he probably be like, I'm good. I came through with an afro, no makeup on, and was like, and I think I was late.
You were jet lagged because you were just flown in from Africa, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Billy, first impression of Tiffany when she walked in.
That's the girl. That's who she is. And then when we talked about the script and she told me what was going on in her personal life, and I was going on, and she goes, you don't have to talk anymore. Basically, you had me at hello.
Yeah.
Let's just do this. And so, the qualities that was amazing that we hope to get in the character were just naturally Tiffany, and that became naturally Emma.
Well, Billy, when you the last time you directed, I think was 61. I think that was the last time. So I was thinking, if you were gonna
not in 1961, I'm not that old. No, the movie was called 61 asterisk, which actually is having. It's going to be on. Can I say HBO? I guess I did. Yeah. It's our 20th anniversary of that movie, so that was the last time I directed.
So for you to pick a project or come up with a project, or you would have to fall in love with it. And this is something that you've been working on for 3 years now. So tell us about the genesis. How did it start?
Well, my dearest friend, Alan Zweibel, who was an original SNL writer and worked with me on my Broadway show, 700 Sundays, was on a David Letterman show talking about this horrible auction lunch that he had where somebody purchased him to have lunch with him. And she only paid $22. And he was really depressed about that. But then worse, she has a toxic reaction to a seafood salad that she was eating. She has a terrible shock. He has to get an ambulance. She doesn't have insurance. So this charity luncheon cost him $2,000. And he told the story on David Cho, and I thought it was while he's talking, I'm writing him saying, Alan, this is the beginning of something. I don't know where it goes, but what a great way for these two to meet.
Well,
And I had been contemplating trying to write a story about a intergenerational relationship between an older man and a younger woman that was about friendship and love and trust, not in a romantic way. And that's how it started.
Well, I love that the genesis is humor. You're cracking up at the beginning. And when I learned about the beginning of this, I was like, well, that sounds like Tiffany to a T. But this movie, Tiffany, takes you down other beautiful roads that I'm so happy to see you go down. Like, it's fun to watch on the screen. So the humor part, you knew you had that, obviously. How did you feel about the rest? Because this is a very beautiful story, a very kind of heavy story.
Well, I felt really good about everything. And the only thing I had an issue with is when Billy was asking me to cry. And I was like, I have been spending 39 years of my life suppressing tears, not crying in front of people. Do you know how hard it was to train myself to turn all tears into jokes and laugh? And like, he's like, well, I need you to cry. I want you to cry. I'm like, I can make a cry face, but don't cry. He's like, no, I want you to cry. I'm like, I can give the emotion of crying, but not actually cry. It's like, no, I want you to cry. And I'm like, and he got it out of me.
How did you, what did you have to think about, Tiff, for that to happen?
I actually just stayed in the moment, just listened.
That's
something that Billy really taught me. Like, just like, I knew that already, but just to really not think about myself and think about what is happening right now. Be right here, right now. Listen, be there. And it was hard because I do it with my friends in real life, but to do it with the whole crew around and, you know, and I've trained myself to be like, when I'm hurting, when I'm feeling like, or when I'm feeling like busting out with the, you know, Viola Davis snot tears, just make a joke, do something, laugh, swallow those tears, like do something to make it go away. And Billy was like, don't do it. Wow. Just be. And
the kid, I remember the shot, it was a close-up of her and she's hearing the story about the secret sadness in my life. And I'm finally telling her. So the camera was behind me so I could talk to her, just move her into it, not even doing the dialogue from the script, because I could always put that in because it was behind me. And I just talked to her gently and she's, I'm fighting, and I just don't. And I got her to, we got the moment that we needed, and it was thrilling as to watch, and it was thrilling, I have to say, as a director, to get her there. And we both learned a lot in that moment. That's what I love about making movies in particular, the wonderful surprises that happen. And if you're willing, like she was, right from the first day, to go there and be this person. And yes, the hilarious Tiffany is in the movie for sure, but there's another side of her that I always sensed about her once we started to know each other, that we were able to, get into the movie, and she's spectacular in the film.
Yeah, now I can cry at the drop of a dime.
Well,
anywhere, anytime.
Well, by the way, speaking of that, Miss, I don't know if you know this, Billy, I'm sure you do, but your girl here won a Grammy Award for Best Comedy Album. And I was so incredibly moved. She was up against Jim Gaffigan and Jerry Seinfeld and kind of the guys who are always in the running. And there's Miss Tiffany, and she gets a call while she's on the set of her show, Kids Say the Darndest Things, and she can't believe that this is truly happening.
For me, I'm just happy with being nominated personally.
I've been nominated a couple times.
You say, what?
You've been nominated a couple times.
Yeah, I've been nominated a couple of times for some things.
But I just
won a Grammy. I just what?
You just won a Grammy.
Just love being nominated.
I just won a Grammy?
No.
Are you serious?
And living in that moment with you, Tiffany, are you still thinking about it right now?
I'm about to cry. Swallow. Wait, no, I don't know what to do. Hoda, your skin looks amazing. You look gorgeous today. Absolutely. I want to know what the treatment is.
You are doing
the
it.
shoulders look so smooth and soft.
You know what you're doing, Tiffany? You're doing it again. You're doing it again. But not only did you have that moment, Tiffany, those little girls watching, you had it. And all I could think of was you just made everything possible in a nanosecond.
Right? I felt like, first of all, wow, I won this. Second, it was, wow, these young ladies are our future. And they just realized that they can do anything.
Mm.
And in any moment, they can be blessed with whatever they desire. And all I desired was to bring joy and happiness. That's it. That's all I've ever desired. Bring joy, happiness, wherever I go.
Billy, did you know Tiffany's backstory, her life story? Did you know about?
I did not until we met, and then I read her book, and then we talked a lot about it. And that's for sure. I know, having lived longer than both of you, that the longer we're here, and the more material you have to infuse your work with real good stuff. And if you're real honest about it, and there's so much to draw on. And her life is full of amazing twists and turns and hardships and joy, and that's who you see. And I saw that moment when she was told that she won, and I was moved because I know how important it was to her, but also how grateful she was and is for the success that she's having. And I think that was really disarmingly beautiful. And
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Your character, Billy, in this movie suffers from dementia. And there was a beautiful line, I'm trying to remember it, and I don't remember it exactly, but you basically said you want to laugh. You don't want to be afraid anymore. You want to write your last project. I was just picturing everyone at home, no matter what you're dealing with, that would be what you want. How did you get into character? What were you thinking about in those moments?
Well, the genesis for the character was twofold. I was dealing with my last remaining relative, who was an aunt who was a novelist and an editor for the Book of the Month Club. And it was a really brilliant woman who started, as she said to me, "I'm losing my words." And I thought that was like so impactful. So when Alan and I started writing, we channeled together a writer at SNL who we both really loved and respected, named Herb Sargent. And when SNL first came on in '75, Herb was in his 50s and nobody else was. And he was this senior writer who was really in charge of Weekend Update and writing jokes for that and editing. And I thought, well, that's a great prototype. And then I just channeled in, what if a comedy writer was losing his words? And he's got this past that he needs to get out and give to the world and to his kids, and he can't do it because he's getting all of this interference. And so that was really, I thought was really a kind of a poetic and an interesting kind of guy to play. So it was not that it was easy, but I was, as one of the writers, I was in him for, a year and a half, until it was time to get to the set. And then it was just, you just let it go and just so it feels true.
It's so beautiful. I think people will expect a comedy, but we'll get so much more. And I'm looking at you guys, and I feel like you're in different stages of your love lives. I mean, Billy, I think you've been married for 50 years to Janice.
Yeah, I'll be 51 years in June.
51 years. And Tiffany, you and Common, 51 days. No, more than that. no, more than that. 51 weeks.
I don't know.
But Billy, you've had a long, beautiful marriage, and Tiffany is in love, and it's fun to watch. I feel like we get a front row seat to something so beautiful. But I know you don't want to give advice on this kind of thing, but what advice would you have if Tiffany wants to have a beautiful, long relationship?
Just be who she is.
Oh.
Just be who she is. I mean, he's a lucky guy.
So are you, Tiff, you're in love?
Yeah, I love him. Yes.
Oh. Oh.
Are you in love, Hoda?
I'm in love too.
Yeah, everybody.
Do you see yourself like long runway with Common? Like, do you see yourself in rocking chairs on a front porch way down the road?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna have a front porch, but my backyard is gonna be off the chain, and we definitely will be in the backyard, sitting on one of those long bench swings with the blankets on our knees, and I'll be reading stories to them, and then I'm gonna say, and then I'm like, I'm finna garden, you can watch, and then I'm gonna bend over and pick the weeds out the garden. Yeah.
I love your love story. So many things to love. I was looking back at When Harry Met Sally, and how many years ago was that? Was that 30? More than 30?
35 was 1989. Yeah.
Do you still, Tiff, you saw When Harry Met Sally?
Yeah, I love that movie.
What'd you love? What'd you love the most about it?
I love the dynamics of their relationship and how it like grew, it blossomed like right in front of you. I love that stuff.
Well, why do you think that one, Billy, ran the test of time?
And still does. It's amazing. Because it's real, and people fall in love, and it's difficult sometimes to get to that place. And I think it's very human. It was a brilliant script and greatest director, and an acting partner beyond belief, at that time. And so I was really blessed with that, and I'm blessed with this, because this is a similar kind of unlikely friendship, that to have a friendship and a love story that's not with romance in it, almost makes it more romantic in a way. There are moments where you want them to be together, but it's about empathy, and it's about caring. And the more I got to know Tiffany, she has a great deal of empathy for people, and I think that was just easy to tap into.
Tiffany, do you think you guys will be friends for the long haul, you and Billy?
Yes, that's my uncle.
That's your uncle.
It's
All
my
right.
uncle. It's my Uncle Billy.
Oh, well, we love you guys. Thank you so much. We can't wait for everyone to enjoy this movie, man. You got a home run on your hands.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, you got it. Bye, Tiff. Bye, Billy.
All right, I'm gonna need some of them skin tips.
Okay. Goodbye.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
I was planning on wearing this outfit to the Yankees home opener so Giancarlo Stanton could see me. My plan was to distract him so he dropped that routine pop fly because he was too busy watching me be fly. But hey, you get to see it first.
That is Tiffany Haddish co-hosting with Billy Crystal last weekend the Feeding America Comedy Festival, an event that raised money for the Hunger Relief Organization. Haddish and Crystal will co-star in an upcoming movie called Here Today, directed by Crystal. That film is the latest stop on a life-altering 3-year ride for Tiffany that began with a breakout role in the 2017 box office smash Girls Trip, and has continued with movies, television, commercials, a stand-up comedy special, and a historic turn hosting Saturday Night Live. Tiffany and I got together last year for a Sunday sit-down around the release of The Kitchen, a gangster film where she stars with Melissa McCarthy and Elizabeth Moss.
Step off my business.
Baby, it's my business now.
Tiffany Haddish knows how to handle her business, on screen and off.
I've grown up around that type of environment. I know how you have to move around those type of men, how you need to communicate with them in order to demonstrate some sort of power.
What do you wear to something like that? You get dressed up? Are you kidding?
And when I found out Melissa was on and then Elizabeth Moss was on, I'm like, oh, this is about to be super fun. Now, mind you, I didn't know neither one of them, and there was a small part of me that was like, what if they're like divas? What if they're like super Hollywood chicks? Like, and I know how to deal with those. I'm gonna be like, okay, and then get out their face, right?
Wait, what were you gonna be like?
Okay, and then get out of here. You don't talk to those people too long.
But you didn't have to do that with them?
Didn't have to do that with them at all. Turns out they weirdos just like me. So we laughed a lot. We did a lot of online shopping. I got them to try things they never had before, like pickles dipped in Kool-Aid powder.
Wait a minute. Pickles and Kool-Aid powder?
Oh my gosh, have you not had this?
No.
Okay, they said it was nasty, but that's because they don't have the palate. That's a hood thing. That's some gangster stuff.
The 40-year-old Haddish grew up in South Central Los Angeles. Her childhood was marked by pain. Tiffany's father left the family when she was 3. She was still a young girl when her mother suffered brain damage in a car accident and became abusive. I've heard a lot of comedians who've had difficult childhoods say they were doing it to make other people happy.
I would try to make my mom laugh and try to make her cool, because if she was laughing, she wasn't hitting.
So where does this shine come from? How were you able to be so full of energy and laughter and light when you had so much trouble?
Because I was trying to escape from the trouble.
Is that what it
trying
was?
to escape from the trouble, and what it say? To get rid of the darkness, you got to turn on the light. And I feel like I am the light.
Tiffany was 12 when she and her siblings were placed into foster homes. She began to see that her light could take her places.
I started working as an energy producer in high school.
So somebody pay you $50, $100 to go to the party and just
Yeah,
set it off?
it started out that low. It didn't end up there. But yeah, they would pay me to like come to a bar mitzvah, a wedding, and like MC or just dance, just be there to get people dancing.
When Tiffany was 16, her social worker gave her a choice.
You can either go to the Laugh Factory Comedy Camp or you can go to psychiatric therapy because something is wrong with your child.
Easy choice.
And I was like, which one got drugs? She said, you'll definitely be on drugs if you go to therapy. So boom, I go to the comedy camp.
I want to be a huge star. Not physically, but I want to be big.
And here I am today, 20-some years later, telling jokes.
Haddish eventually graduated from camp to the stand-up stage. But those early years of comedy were not always filled with laughs. Tiffany was homeless, living out of her car, until a fellow future star named Kevin Hart helped to change her life.
I would always pull up like maybe 5 or 10 minutes late so nobody could see my car because I had all my clothes, everything, suitcases all in the car. So one day I pull up a little late and he was there like the same exact time. He's like, what the hell going on in here? What's all this? You live in your car? And he was like, well, you can't be sleeping in the car in the streets. I'm like, what? I live in Beverly Hills. I sleep in Beverly Hills. I'm doing just fine. The police wake me up every morning, okay? So he was like, Tiffany, no. And he gave me $300, said, find yourself a place for the week. And then write out a list of goals of what you want to do and start accomplishing those goals. And then I started attacking those goals.
Haddish began to land small roles on television shows like Who's Got Jokes?
I gave her 5.
Yes.
5.
And That's So Raven.
Please exit through the gift shop as if you had a choice.
In 2013, she played a recurring role on the BET series Real Husbands of Hollywood, starring Kevin Hart.
Looked like more than just your phone died.
But Tiffany's breakthrough came just 3 years ago with the scene-stealing role as Dina in the hit 2017 movie Girls Trip.
I just want to say hi, that's all.
No.
What the hell's wrong with you? It's Saturday night. That fall, another big moment as Haddish hosted Saturday Night Live in a historic performance that earned her an Emmy Award.
All my friends are telling me, Tiffany, you a star now. You big time. You balling out of control. And I'm looking at my bank account like, Once it was all done, I was just like, phew, okay, I made that history.
Yes.
I did that, because that was history. I mean, I was the first African-American female stand-up comedian to ever host, which I thought was crazy because I just knew Whoopi Goldberg did it, but she just appeared in some sketches.
She's never hosted?
Never hosted. I thought Wanda Sykes did it. I called all the legends, everybody that I was like, the greatest, the best of the best has had to have done this. And they're like, nope. And then I was like, Googling, and I went through all the archives. We looked at every episode. I'm like, oh, I'm literally about to make history. I always wanted to be the first Black woman to do something. Booyah.
Do you ever stop and go, wow, the last 2 years have been insane for me?
Well, every morning when I wake up, I'm like praying and I'm thankful and grateful. So I always try to find the good in everything. Because some days suck. Like,
Sure.
I mean, I'm tired as hell right now, but I look good.
In a surprising twist, Haddish's skyrocketing career may be headed next for Japan.
Nihongo ga少しわかりますか?
I have no idea what you just said.
I just asked you if you speak Japanese.
Where did you pick that up?
Well, I went to Japan to do comedy for the troops. I started watching Japanese television and I was like, man, this is pretty entertaining, especially the soap operas. And I didn't see any Black people on the soap operas. And I thought, oh, what if I'm the first African American to be on a Japanese soap opera? That would be dope as hell. So when I came back to the States, I got Penzler's Japanese 101. And I started playing those discs in the car when I'm sitting in traffic. You know, LA traffic, you sit in the car for 2-3 hours at a time.
So what happened to the Japanese soap opera idea?
I'm just waiting for a call.
How has the Japanese soap opera starring Tiffany Haddish still not happened? We need it. And
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Hello, today all day. Summer's almost here, and if you're looking for the perfect way to welcome warmer weather, my pal Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite al fresco meal. Not al roca, but al fresco. We're talking juicy pork milanese, peppery arugula salad, an easy antipasti, along with Uncle Pasti, with olives, and of course, a classic Italian cocktail to wash it all down.
Summer is just around the corner. It's not one of my favorite seasons, but my birthday's in there, so I'll allow it. Anyway, it is gonna be really nice to be able to dine outside with friends. So today I'm whipping up the perfect al fresco meal. I'll be making delicious orange rosemary marinated olives, the juiciest, crispiest pork milanese that you've ever had, topped with a nice fresh salad. And then of course, we need a cocktail, or two. I'll be making a Negroni and an Americano. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Welcome to the new set of Saucy. Let's get cooking. I'm gonna be making some delicious orange rosemary marinated olives. We love olives in my family. We have them out for every holiday as part of an antipasti. I'm gonna be using orange and rosemary because those are two flavors that I like and that work really well together. So first things first, I have two different kinds of olives. My favorite, Castelvetrano, which are super buttery, and then a little bit more of a pungent flavor with Kalamata olives. I like the two to balance off each other, and they're really pretty when mixed up together later on. For the marinade itself, we'll start by adding some oil. It's about 1/3 of a cup. You can eyeball this into a small saucepan. So first things first, an orange. Any sweet orange will do. This is a plain navel orange, and I'm just cutting a few strips off. Then I like to go back with a knife and carefully, don't hurt yourself here, similar to like filleting fish, remove the bitter pith. We don't need any bitter flavor in our marinade over here. So you can see all the white part is gone and you're left with just the beautiful, super fragrant skin. Right into the pot that goes. Take your time. Better off being safe than sorry with this. And the last one into the pot. Don't want this orange to go to waste. So I'm gonna take that sweet, delicious juice and we'll add that to the pot as well. That'll add a little bit of sweetness to our olives. Next up, garlic. Why does this happen every time? 6 takes later, I'm gonna grab 2 cloves. You can buy them peeled already, which will save on the aggravation. Okay, so just thin slice, 1/8 of an inch, even thinner if you can, without hurting yourself. into our pot. Then let's add some more flavor. A bay leaf. I'm gonna add a pinch of red pepper flakes. I'm not a big spice person, so I literally just add a tiny little pinch. Last but not least, some fresh rosemary. So I'm gonna cut off a couple of sprigs here and pull off about half of the leaves, or just kind of break them. I just like the way it looks when it's in there. It's still gonna permeate that oil. So I'm literally just waiting for the edges to just sort of start to simmer as I'm doing this. It'll go pretty quickly. We're not looking to cook, we're looking to infuse. You'll know it's done when it gets nice and fragrant. Similar when you add garlic and onion to like a saute pan, and it's getting there, smelling really good already. So you can see it's starting to simmer a little bit. So I'm gonna cut the heat and then simply just pour it right on top of our olives. Make sure you get all of this flavor. Leave no speck of garlic or rosemary behind. Okay, now I'm gonna let this sit out at room temperature for a couple of hours. So every now and then, every time you pass it, just pick it up, give it a tossy turn, zhuzh it up, get those olives coated nice with that oil to help marinate it, and give those olives some time to steep.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yep.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
If there's one thing that I can eat for dinner every night, it's pork milanese, or any milanese. Chicken, anything, pound it thin, fry it crispy, I'm gonna eat it. I'd probably even enjoy shoe leather if it was fried. So right here I have, from my butcher, you can get these at most supermarkets, some nice, beautiful, thick pork loin chops that are boneless. I'm gonna pound them nice and thin so that every inch of this milanese is absurdly crispy. Get yourself a generous sized sheet of plastic wrap. And this is where the fun begins, guys. This may look a little scary, but I promise you it's not. We're going to butterfly these chops. So, I'm gonna place a chop on the plastic wrap, taking a really sharp chef knife. I'm going to find the center, and I'm gonna cut it open like a book. Work slowly, deliberate, steady slices. And this is just to help get it nice and thin. And I'm just slowly going to start peeling it open. And there you go. If you skip this step and just start pounding, you're gonna be there all day and your meat's not gonna be as tender. So truly don't skip that step. Be sure to leave a little slack around so that our chop has room to grow. Get yourself one of these fun toys and go to town. Watch your fingers, don't do what I almost just did. There you have it. It's about 1/4 of an inch thick, and we have a gorgeous big cutlet now that is for one person. Keep going. Did your kids or your boss piss you off today? This is the perfect meal to make at the end of the day. This one's even better. You can do this with chicken breast. I love it with chicken. You can do it with beef. If you don't have time to go to the gym, this is the perfect activity for you. Is this what it feels like to exercise? One to go. That looks great. As easy as that. I am going to wipe down, sanitize, clean my hands, and then we're going to dredge these guys up. Okay, now that that's set up, let's start getting these bad boys breaded. So, free them from the plastic wrap. Look how great that looks. Nice and thin. And when cooking, you want to make sure you're seasoning in layers. You never want to just finish with salt because it's just sitting on top and doesn't have time to absorb. Also, when cooking, you want to do all of one action at once. It keeps things neater, it's quicker. This is the bulk of the seasoning, so don't be cheap. And get both sides. The last one's always the annoying one, isn't it? Perfect. Now to begin breading. You may notice that there's something here missing, flour. Growing up, whenever my dad made chicken cutlets or Milanese, he never used flour. And when I went to culinary school, I was like, what's with the flour? And I've tested it both ways. In this case, it is an extra ingredient, an extra step, and I find it to be completely unnecessary. It actually coats better to this pork if you don't use flour. So while you're probably thinking I don't know what I'm talking about, I would curse here, but I'm not allowed to anymore. I definitely do. So this is my dredging station. 3 very well beaten eggs and 2 cups of seasoned breadcrumb. Another trick, wet hand, dry hand. So in she goes. Make sure we're nice and well coated. You can see how great a pie dish works for this. It fits well, it has a flat enough surface, and it has sides to keep everything in place. Give it a couple of shakes and right into our breadcrumb. Now, use your dry hand to start covering it with the breadcrumb. When you get to this point, you can flip it. Make sure you don't miss a millimeter of breadcrumb. Every crevice, breadcrumb, and press it in. We want these to be well coated and super duper crispy. Just like that. and that's ready to be fried. Make sure you press it on, lock it in there. Isn't that cool? This is kind of a fun thing to get the kids involved in too. Put them to work. Dinner was not for free at my house growing up. Thank God I did most of the cooking. My mom's cooking's atrocious. That's a big one. Time to fry them up. I've added about 1/4 of an inch of vegetable oil to a pot. When frying, I like to use a neutral oil like safflower, canola, any vegetable oil, because it won't take on any flavor. Have this going over medium-high heat, and I know it's ready when I add a pinch of breadcrumb and we get some sizzle action. So you see how it foamed up and it already started darkening? Time to add one of our cutlets. We're gonna let this fry for about 2 to 3 minutes per side until it's deep, golden, gorgeous brown. Keep an eye on the edges of your cutlet. I can see it already starting to get nice and golden brown in that little nook, which means it's almost ready to flip. I'm gonna take a sneak peek. Almost there. For me, any cutlet should be on the brink of being burnt for it to be delicious. Now just another couple of minutes. Oh yeah. Transfer it to a wire rack. If you put it on paper towels, it's gonna get a little soggy and the breading is gonna start to fall off. Get another one in really quick. And then, while it's still hot, add a nice, generous amount of a flaky sea salt. You can see it melting into that hot oil. Some of it won't melt. It'll add a little bit of an extra crunch and extra seasoning. These cutlets are gonna cook really quickly, so keep an eye on the pan. This is not the time to walk away and start another project. Oh my God. Extra crispy for the chef. I have my oven set to the lowest setting. I'm gonna throw these in there to keep them warm. I don't wanna keep them in there too long though, just long enough to make a delicious salad.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our across-America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby. Wow. The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
This peppery arugula is the base of my salad, but any good salad needs a killer dressing, and this is mine, my white balsamic dressing. Going to start by adding a couple of tablespoons of just plain old clover honey. This bougie thing looks like a lot of fun, but it's a little messy. This is gonna add just enough sweetness, some Dijon, which is gonna add more depth of flavor. It's also going to help emulsify this dressing when we add the oil. Get that all in there. A little bit of salt, about a half a teaspoon. And then about 1/8 of a teaspoon of freshly cracked black pepper. Gonna whisk this to combine. Make sure you get that honey to dissolve. That looks beautiful. Now that the base of our dressing's ready, I'm going to drizzle in olive oil. Very slowly begin to drizzle in your olive oil, giving it time to break up the fat molecules and emulsify. If you can see the oil puddling in the vinegar, that means you're adding too much and it's going to not emulsify properly. I did not sign up for this much cardio today. You can see it already starting to thicken. That means that we have a great emulsification. It's a beautiful dressing. Great golden color from the white balsamic and this really good Sicilian olive oil. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It's perfect. It doesn't need any more seasoning. This is a very simple salad. All I'm going to add to this arugula are some beautiful cherry tomatoes that I'm just gonna have. If you don't have a small utility knife like this, a nice serrated knife, it's a really great kitchen tool. I use it a lot. I'm gonna give this a quick toss. And then add your dressing to taste. This makes more than you need for this, but it stores really well in the fridge in a mason jar or just any sealed container for at least a week. It's all set. All that's left to do is to put the two pieces of the puzzle together. It smells so good. Okay. These are nice and warm. Let's go with this big guy. Just throw that right onto a plate and then don't be cheap. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Then, because God forbid I cook something and not put cheese on it, how delicious does this look? I cannot wait to dig in. But I'm kind of thirsty. I think I need to make a cocktail.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm going to show you how to make probably the most quintessential Italian aperitivo, which is a pre-meal drink, something meant to whet your appetite. And this bitter Campari is going to do just that. That is one of the 3 major components in this Negroni. This drink is equal parts Campari, sweet vermouth, and gin, and it is going to punch you in the face. So I'm doing 1.25 ounces each of these 3 spirits. This is our sweet vermouth to balance that bitterness just the slightest bit. And we can't forget about the gin. This is a London dry gin that I'm using. Then some blood orange. I like to peel it directly into my beaker to catch any oils that come out. And I'm just going to peel off a nice healthy strip. Add some ice. We want to get this nice and chilled. It's also going to dilute this the slightest bit and stir, stir, stir. At least 20 seconds. Really let those flavors combine and let it chill throughout. Perfect. Get yourself some bougie ice. So pretty. Then, every cocktail needs a garnish. Another strip of our blood orange skin. Give it a little twist. And then I kind of like to run it on the rim just to get those oils on there. Little extra hint and punch of the orange. Now, if you feel like this is a little too bitter for your palate, we're gonna make its less aggressive cousin, the Americano, which is pretty similar. We're gonna start the same way with our Campari, using 1.5 ounces this time. And then the sweet vermouth. No gin in this one, so it's not gonna be quite as boozy. Perfect. Same thing. And stir, stir, stir. More bougie ice. Isn't that such a beautiful color? Then, finally, we'll top it off with club soda. How beautiful, that effervescence. Don't forget about our little garnish. One little straw. There you have it, the perfect Negroni and Americano. Can't wait to share these with my friends. Here's a pretty color. And a little twist.
Thank you.
You stir. It like dilutes it a little. Welcome.
Treat. This looks delicious. Beautiful.
Some pork milanese.
Nice. Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. Let me ask you about your choice of this movie. When you read the screenplay for Anywhere But Here, what did you think?
Well, I was really moved by it just because it was very natural, and it really seemed to reflect the nature of a mother-daughter relationship. Obviously, on a more extreme scale because it's not the average mother-daughter relationship, but I just felt that it was really, really honest, and obviously the chance to get to work with Susan Sarandon and Wayne Wang, the director, was very attractive to me also.
Natalie, let's give people a thumbnail sketch of the movie so they'll have some idea of what it's all about.
Well, there's this crazy, irresponsible, eccentric mother played by Susan Sarandon, and her daughter, who's me, who's kind of just very centered and serious, and has kind of become the adult in the relationship. And they moved to California from Wisconsin. And
from Bay City, right?
From Bay City, Wisconsin. And it's their whole process of readjustment and learning how to be there for each other, but also be independent of each other because it's so symbiotic, their relationship. They're so dependent on each other.
A lot of it is about letting go and knowing when to let go. And you're right,
independence.
They are so different, these two women. When you first were approached, you said, I love it, but.
Right. Well, in the original script, there was a sex scene, and I was 16 at the time, and I just wasn't willing to do that at that moment. And I didn't really want to change their vision for the movie, you know, the director or the screenwriter. So I just turned the movie down, and then they came back to me with a rewritten version of the script, which was very flattering. And it's wonderful. And it forced them to be more creative, and I think the scene is really, you know, just as effective without, you know, being explicit, which I think is necessary, especially with young people.
Susan and I actually talked about it and said it was even more effective, probably, than if it had been a nude scene.
Exactly.
Why did you feel so uncomfortable with the concept of doing a nude scene?
Well, it actually wasn't written as a nude scene, just a sex scene. And I mean, to be 16 and have to sit in a movie theater with your parents watching yourself have sex on screen is, I don't think, anyone's idea of a comfortable situation.
It was flattering that they came back to you, but largely because Susan Sarandon put her pump down and said, I want Natalie for this movie because of all she brings to the table.
Well, Susan's so wonderful, and it's really nice to have someone who's such a supportive and generous co-star. She's just so cool to be with on set. She's really, really wonderful. And it shows in the movie because we're so comfortable with each other. It's very spontaneous and fun.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
People are talking about Where the Heart Is, a new movie that opens today. In it, Natalie Portman plays a pregnant 17-year-old whose boyfriend deserts her in a Walmart parking lot. She then secretly takes up residence inside the store.
Comes down to just one moment. No way you can control it. Somehow your heart will know the place and time. It won't change your world, but it just might change your life. We could wait on that plan. They know this tragedy. And when it hits the
Natalie Portman, good morning.
Good
Nice to see you. It's
morning.
amazing all the things you can do inside Walmart, isn't it?
It is. When you go to a Walmart, you realize where the idea for the book and then the film came from, because you could live in a Walmart.
That's right. She sort of sleeps in the camping section,
Yeah.
right? And
you work out in, the fitness section, you have the food section, all the washing stuff. So
what's very sweet, though, is she keeps a very specific record of
Yes.
what she's eaten and what she's used at Walmart, because she has every intention of paying the store back,
yes,
right?
it's sweet. It's a little sad, but she's a very honest girl.
It's very sad. I mean, you play Novalee Nation, who is, as I said, pregnant, who is abandoned by her redneck, nasty boyfriend
Yes.
at the Walmart in the parking lot. I mean, it is. She starts as a very sad character.
It is. It's a sad situation, but the movie makes light of it. Not in a mocking way, but it's a fun movie, I think, to watch. It's very entertaining, and all these crazy, wild things happen, and it's a fun movie, I think.
But at first you think, boy,
I know.
how could there be a worse situation?
Worse and bizarre. More bizarre. It's just the weirdest thing to be living in a Walmart pregnant.
Obviously, this role is a far cry from Queen Amidala and
Yes.
other things we've seen you in. When you first read the script or learned about the movie itself, why did you decide to do it? What attracted you to this role?
Well, I think it's a really special story about this girl who really is given a bad lot in life. And rather than, there's two really divergent storylines. It's her story and her boyfriend's story. And they start out with, really disadvantaged economically and socially, and they go two different directions. She, keeps this optimism and goodness, and she ends up, in one path, and her boyfriend kind of is just a bad guy and ends up in a completely different place. And it's very sweet. It's a fable, and I just thought it would be the kind of movie that I would want to go see and I would be entertained at. So I was like, this would be really fun to make.
She does make a pretty miraculous transition from this down-on-her-luck pregnant teen to a very responsible and talented single mother. She finds photography as an outlet and really does quite well on her own. So in a way, it's well, actually not in a way, it's a very hopeful story on many levels.
It is. I think it's very positive, and I mean, so many movies today are so cynical and trying to be all edgy and cool, and I just thought that it was great because it's, just unabashedly sweet and good and hopeful, and not trying to be cool in its toughness. It's real, and it's very, very sweet story.
Meanwhile, you have a lot of pretty impressive co-stars, if you
Yeah.
will. Sally Field, for a blip. I was sort of disappointed. I wanted to see her
she's great.
in the movie a little bit more, but Ashley Judd, Stockard Channing, Joan Cusack. And I know that Ashley said you all had a great time. You must have felt like you were in a sorority of sorts,
It was
did you?
so fun. Well, I mean, we had an amazing female cast, an amazing male cast as well, James Rain and Dylan Bruno, and we just had the best time. Austin, Texas is one of the greatest cities in the country, I think, that I've been to, where we shot, and it was just so fun. And our cast was very close, and the crew, and we would hang out on weekends, and there's a lot to do in Austin too, so it's really fun.
Meanwhile, this summer you're going to be busy because you're going to be shooting episode
2 of Star Wars in Sydney, Australia.
Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm very excited. It'll be really fun to spend the summer in Australia, I think. I can't complain about that at all, and it should be exciting. I really know nothing yet, so I mean, I'm just as curious as the rest of the world is as to what this is going to be about.
And especially as they get ready for the Olympics, it'll be fun to be
Yeah,
there. But
it'll be
what about combining? You're obviously, I know you're in college
Right.
and you've got a heavy workload in school. How do you
Yeah.
do that and also make all these movies?
Well, I just don't work during the school year in terms of making films. I've had to do publicity because when you work during the summer, then the film comes out during the school year and you have to do publicity. But I mean, that just takes up, a few weekends during 1 month of the year per movie. So that's been a little crazy. This month has been a little hectic with this film. But, when you go to college, everyone is busy and everyone has their thing that they shine at. And all my friends and peers are just the best in their fields, their respective fields. So it's just, everyone is as, stressed and under as much pressure as I am. So I don't feel like I'm in some special situation.
Well, I think you're pretty amazing to do both. Natalie Portman, it's always great to see you.
Natalie Portman, the Oscar winner, is gracing this month's cover of Vanity Fair. She's also, of course, a leading voice in Hollywood's Time's Up movement.
And Natalie is back on the big screen in a new movie called Vox Lux. She plays Celeste, a troubled pop diva who survived a tragedy and is dealing with it under intense public pressure. Take a look.
It's no secret that I'm on meds for my injury, and I never should have been behind the wheel of a car that night. Josie!
I didn't mean to upset you by that.
I used to be treated like I was a hero, and then they start talking about me like I'm trailer trash. But that's what this show is about. It's about rebirth.
Okay, Natalie, your accent is a 10 plus. How much work did that take to perfect that?
It was really fun, and it was, it's something that a lot of, I think, people do when they become part of the public eye is kind of go back to like, I'm really street, I'm really tough, and like kind of exaggerate their roots. So it was fun to do.
I mean, you cannot take your eyes off you in this role, which I think is kind of like the un-Jackie. Like the last movie role I saw you in, you were like buttoned up, reserved Jackie with that soft little voice. And this is like the exact opposite.
Yeah, it was fun to get to really kind of let loose, and she can really be kind of a monster sometimes. And then she has moments of being like little flashes of being genuine.
And if people think this is a fluff movie about a pop star, they've got this whole thing wrong. This has really got some heavy tones to it. Just tell everybody what they can expect.
Well, there is some violence in it. The pop star sort of born out of this violent act and as a reaction to it. And it's very much a reflection of the culture we're living in right now, where everything is kind of mixed together, where the pop culture news is mixed in with the acts, the violent acts, and the director of the movie likes to call it like the pageantry of evil, that like even evil has become a spectacle, that it's all kind of pop culture now.
It's thought-provoking, it's intense, and you sing and dance.
Hi.
We knew that you could rap because we've seen SNL. Well, what was that like? And these songs are from Sia, the pop star, wrote them.
Yes, we were so lucky to have Sia's songs because you can't make a movie without about a pop star without real pop songs, and she just wrote the most incredible music. And and I got to record it with one of her producers, which was really fun, and then do the dancing, which my husband choreographed, which was very
Is that extra
exciting to
pressure if he choreographs it, or is it?
Yeah, you're like, honey, I'm doing my best.
Right.
He's very encouraging and kind, and also knows my strengths and weaknesses, so can kind of figure it out easily.
Now, is the singing part of you something you love to do? Were you happy it was in the script?
It was really fun to do. It's not something that I had really thought of as a
strength of mine before, but you see what magic the music producers do now. They can really, they're kind of the artist in the studio.
Yeah. So maybe we could sing once they put a little bit of.
There's a lot of help they can give.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champions!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
There's always an alternative. Lily's the best choice.
No, but she wants my role.
Every dancer in the world wants your role.
No, this is different. She's after me.
That is Natalie Portman in Black Swan, a performance that earned her the Academy Award for Best Actress. This year will mark the 25th anniversary of Portman's film debut, when at just 13 years old, she played what else? An assassin. Portman still is just 37 years old, but the Israeli-born and American-raised actress already has lived through the ups and downs of a long career, with a 4-year break to earn a degree from Harvard University. Portman once said, "I'd rather be smart than a movie star." Turns out she's both. Natalie and I got together here in New York for a Sunday sit-down to talk about her latest movie, Vox Lux, and a lifetime in the spotlight.
You can only expect crazy things to happen here.
Natalie Portman was a child star, yes, but not the kind who got her start in the Mickey Mouse Club.
You went hard at a young age into some pretty heavy, serious roles. You sort of skipped the Disney years and went right into like
But that was kind of
drama.
an accident.
Was it?
Yeah.
One shot, not bad, huh?
At 13, I played an assassin. At 14, I played a girl who tried to commit suicide.
I can't be late.
But I mean, I was trying out for all those Disney things. I just didn't get them. They were like, this one is not chirpy.
Her latest movie, Vox Lux, is about as far from Disney as you can get.
I'm scared.
Portman plays Celeste, a school shooting survivor who writes a song about the incident that makes her a star, and eventually thrusts her into the dark side of celebrity.
You get, you know, the moment of Columbine, effectively with school shooting. We hear about 9/11. There's a terror attack. What does the movie want to say about the times we live in now and the times we've lived in over the last quarter century?
I think it makes us question what is the effect of pop culture and violent events being reported the same way, for example, that you can look at your Apple News and it'll tell you about a celebrity breakup right next to a story of a mass shooting. Does it devalue every piece of information?
What did you see in Celeste that you could kind of dial into?
There's definitely a certain way that young girls in particular are sort of packaged in the public eye, where there's this combination of like innocence and sexiness. It's just a wild thing to have been a part of myself, and also that the movie definitely looks at.
Portman was born in Jerusalem and moved with her family to the U.S. as a young child. She was discovered by a scout at a pizza parlor near her home on New York's Long Island when she was just 9 years old. By her early teens, Portman was sharing the screen with the likes of Gary Oldman and Al Pacino.
What's impressive to me about you, too, is that you've kept that sort of normalcy throughout your career. School is important to you, your grades were important to you.
My parents were just like education, 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 and I would come home with a 97 on a test, and my dad would say, "Where's the other 3 points?" Like that's the household I grew up in. I had a big life outside of my work, and I was able to find like safety and comfort in that, because when I got bad reviews, when my movies tanked, when I couldn't get jobs, because I mean, over the past 25 years that I've been working, like there have been many times that's been the case.
Federation would not dare go that far.
Starting with a big role in one of the most iconic movie franchises in Hollywood history.
I will not condone a course of action that will lead us to war.
Portman was in high school when she was cast in Star Wars: The Phantom Menace.
You star as a teenager in this massively successful movie, you figure it opens up every door for you. But it was tough for you after that.
Yeah, the film got bad reviews. I got very bad reviews, and it was hard to get hired on things that I cared about after that.
After high school, Portman put acting on hold for Harvard.
What was it like to be movie star Natalie Portman on the campus of Harvard University?
You know, I think I was really lucky to have been there before social media. Actually, Facebook was invented when I was a senior by a freshman, Mark Zuckerberg, at Harvard. So I was really able to go about my business and not have it like documented for public consumption.
And this is my home. I know it very well.
After a second Star Wars film and some indie success,
Plus, I look forward to a good cry.
Portman received her first Academy Award nomination and a Golden Globe win playing a stripper in 2004's Closer.
Lying's the most fun a girl can have without taking her clothes off.
But it was the 2010 film Black Swan that took Portman's career to the next level. A dark performance as a ballerina earned her the Academy Award for Best Actress.
What did winning that Oscar mean to you in your life?
I loved all the preparation, the training, and then when it came out, to have people appreciate it was completely unexpected, because I'd been working for probably a decade without having any kind of response in the same way.
Black Swan also introduced Portman to her future husband, choreographer Benjamin Millepied. They have 2 young children together.
I will work with Jack tomorrow.
Portman earned another Oscar nomination in 2016 for her portrayal of First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy in Jackie.
How did you get into that character that people know so well?
Yeah, it was really scary to take on, honestly, but I realized how fun it was and how lucky it was to have all of this material, because she was so famous. There's so much video image that you can watch. There's so many transcripts of her actual speech.
The White House tour, for example?
Yeah, the White House tour was like an exact reproduction.
Portman's impressive resume of challenging roles and her Ivy League pedigree have earned her a certain label that doesn't exactly fit.
I felt like they were like, oh, she's the smart, serious one, like this kind of image of me that was not what I necessarily felt like.
There's a lot you may not know about me.
An image she likes to poke fun at
I never said I was a role model.
in a popular recurring digital short on Saturday Night Live.
What's a day in the life of Natalie Portman like?
Do you really want to know?
Please, tell us.
I don't sleep, mother off that yak and that Durban.
Is there something out there that you haven't done that you're like, I've done a lot of cool movies, but I've never done that?
Like a proper musical would be really fun. And animated, I would love to do a voice for an animated film. So
have you not done that?
Never done it.
Really?
And I would love to. That's like my real dream.
We'll make that happen for you.
Thanks.
You're good. We just booked
I'll
you
give
two,
you a
2 new
percentage.
projects. Yeah, 10% is fine.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
From her stunning Oscar-winning performance in Black Swan to her blockbuster role as Padme in Star Wars, there is no denying Natalie Portman's star power.
Soon she'll be picking up the hammer as Thor and is actually in Australia as we speak, preparing for the next installation in the Marvel series.
So Chanel and I recently caught up with her to talk about that, as well as her newest creative endeavor. She updated classic children's book stories for her new book, Natalie Portman's Fables, and she had a special audience in mind for this project. Take a look.
Tell us about the modern twist you put on it and why you decided to do that.
I feel so grateful to have a son and a daughter and to experience the ways that people give books and the kinds of books that they give to each of the kids was really eye-opening to me, because my son just got kind of like the classic books as gifts, and my daughter kept getting these like feminist baby books. And I love the feminist baby books. I think they're great. But I also thought, okay, the boys need this message as much as, if not more than, the girls. And also, maybe it's a little early to introduce to either of them that girls have obstacles, because it's not in their heads as kids. So I wanted to retell the City Mouse and the Country Mouse, the Three Little Pigs, and the Tortoise and the Hare, with the same values intact that seemed like great things that I still wanted to pass on to my kids, but with characters that reflected what the world is really like.
I thought it was so interesting that you believe, reading, for example, can help build empathy, if you will. How did that factor into the creation of this book?
I mean, it's an unusual thing to think about, that you're spending your time feeling sad for someone who's sad, feeling joyful for someone who's joyful, feeling fearful for someone who's going through something scary. That is the basis of empathy. And so when we are giving children these practices of caring about other people's lives, and those characters are predominantly male, what does that do to both our boys and our girls and those in between? What does that do for them in terms of the way they go into the world?
What do your kids think about the book? And I mean, just everything you're doing. Are you just mom to them, or are you Superwoman like the rest of us think you are?
That's very kind, but I definitely am mainly inspired by trying to impress my kids right now. So, my son, my 9-year-old, is like, the coolest thing I've ever done is the soccer team. We started this women's soccer team in Los Angeles, Angel City, that he is so excited about. And he was really the inspiration for me behind it, because again, it's a similar story where when I saw my son look up to the female soccer players as much as the male ones, like he was talking about Megan Rapinoe in the same breath as he was talking about Lionel Messi. I was like, that is culture change. My daughter's 3.5, so she's like prime age for the book. So that's been super fun to get to read with her. And she really loves choosing which story. So the table of contents is usually not necessary for like a 3-story book, but I really wanted it there because she likes to direct the order.
We know you've been, discussing books on Instagram. You've been cooking a lot. What else have you been doing to keep yourself busy and sane?
I have to be honest that there's like obviously many moments where we're like, I don't know what to do anymore. Here, watch a movie. I think we all get to those points, and it's really, I know it's frustrating for me when I see people who are like, look at how well I'm doing quarantine, So like, I've had days that I've been like proud of myself that we've like done a craft and like cooked something interesting. And then there's been days that I like don't know how to get out of bed.
I want to pivot just for a second. I know Marvel is very secretive about what they do. Is there anything you could share with us about Thor? We hear you're training. That's all I know is that you may be building some muscles, but I don't know anything. We don't know anything.
I definitely am training. It's very exciting, although I'm a little worried. I like having kind of like soft pillow mom arms that like my kids can sleep on, and I'm like, what's gonna happen? I'm so early in the process, they're still really like soft and mushy, but I think at some point they're gonna get like uncomfortable to sleep on. So I think that's when I know I'll have succeeded with my training, when my kids are like, oh, move your arm, mom, that's terrible.
She was delightful. I should tell you guys, you mentioned at the top that she was in Australia. So Dylan and I, we talked to her. It was around 7 o'clock at night. For us. And for Natalie, it was like, 10 a.m. the next day.
Wow.
Yeah. I kept telling the kids, shh. I was so nervous. I was like,
what about
Natalie
your kids in the
Portman,
background?
everybody be quiet. Yes.
I'm working on soft, pushy dad belly.
Dad belly.
Just so your kids can just... the book, again, is Natalie Portman's Fables. And for more, head to today.com/.
Well, this morning we are talking all about our expectations and how those expectations could be sabotaging our happiness.
Devon Franklin is a preacher, motivational speaker, and film producer. He's produced box office hits like The Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith and Breakthrough starring Chrissy Metz.
He is also a New York Times best-selling author, just releasing his 5th book called Live Free, Exceed Your Highest Expectations, and he's here to help us understand all about it. Devon, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. Better for having you here. So let's break this down. The title of the book, Live Free. What does that mean?
It means that we are not under the mental, emotional, or physical control of anyone or anything. Too often, we're living the life that's expected of us. We're trying to help everybody be happy. We're doing everything everybody wants us to do, but we aren't doing what's in our heart. So when we live free, it means we set our own expectations. We don't let anybody else outside of us determine how we feel and determine how we live. That's what it means to live free.
Devon, you exude such light. Really quickly, I just want to say something. Full disclosure, Devon and I share a mutual, really good friend. And 25 years ago in college, she kept talking about this guy in high school who was a light, and he was this amazing speaker, and he had all of these goals. And for decades, I've watched you set these goals and knock them out of the park. So I just want people to know you know of what you speak because you're just killing it. So it grabbed my attention when you talk about the dangers of expectations in all categories. What do you mean by that when you talk about being mindful of setting these high goals?
Yeah, because see, what happens is with expectations, and listen, the reason why I wrote this book is because I've suffered from high expectations and the disappointment when certain expectations are not met. And what expectations do is it puts our attention on a future that doesn't exist, sometimes at the expense of the present that does. And one of the things that I realize is that if it's not in our control and it's not communicated, we can't expect it. And so there were so many things I was expecting in my life that I didn't control. And I was driving myself crazy. So I said, oh, okay, I need to start setting expectations correctly. If it's in my control, I can expect it. And if someone else is involved, I got to communicate it. That's what it means by setting expectations so that we aren't getting devastated when certain things don't manifest.
I want to talk about your friend and former boss for a moment, Mr. Will Smith. Perhaps you've seen this picture that he posted on Instagram recently, showing off his pandemic bod, his dad bod, and he's vowing to get his health and wellness back on track. So, Devon, what's your advice to him or anybody else who might be making new health goals post-pandemic?
Yeah, I talk about this in the book. I have a whole section that's called The Process is the result. So, you see that picture of Will, or you have an idea of how you want to look. And sometimes we focus so much on the result that we overlook the process. If you want to get a result, you got to control the process. That means you control your discipline, you control what you eat, you control how often you work out. That process will ultimately produce the result. So try to release the focus on the result, focus on the process, and usually you'll do even better than you expect. So Will is a process master, so I have no doubt the brother go get it together. He'll be all right.
So Devon, you and your wife, actress Megan Good, you're celebrating 9 years of marriage this year, and you say that marriage is actually an expectation negotiation. So what does that mean?
Yes. Listen, unspoken expectations are relationship killers. And so often, I talk about this in the book, so often we have these unspoken expectations of our partner. We don't ask them if we can expect it. We get mad when they don't meet it. And then we judge their intention incorrectly. So Megan and I, come on now, let's go. Megan and I have had to negotiate our expectations. I've had to learn to communicate. Hey, babe, can I expect this of you? She's had to learn to communicate. Hey, can I expect that of you? Because so often in relationships, we just think because they love us, they know. It's not true. Love does not give us the ability to read our partner's mind. We got to communicate. And in this book, I talk about the necessity of communicating as a way to set expectations correctly.
Well, Devon, it's a lot of great advice.
I know you have to come
Can't wait
back.
to read the book. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This
is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! Women are juggling more than ever. We wanted to talk to a couple of ladies who can relate. NBC Universal Vice Chairman Bonnie Hemmer is a
Love Bonnie.
television veteran and was recently named Executive of the Year by The Hollywood Reporter. She's also a mom. And also with us today is psychiatrist Dr. Nina Vanson, who is Chief Medical Officer of Real, a woman's mental health company.
We're going to talk to both of these lovely ladies in just a minute, but first, take a look at how a woman's pursuit of happiness is as elusive as ever. There's no doubt that women today are in many ways better off than our counterparts 50 years ago. We're better educated, better paid, but in 2021, are we happier?
This is me being honest, being true. Am I happy? To be honest, no, but things have been so terrible and unimaginable this last year.
No, a big resounding, no, I'm not happy. And I gotta tell you something, I'm very ashamed to tell you I'm not happy.
The subject of women and happiness has been on the mind of writer Aubrey Hirsch for some time. In 2019, she created a cartoon for Vox Media illustrating the paradox of women's gains over the past several decades versus their apparent unhappiness.
I've been that woman, just trying to do everything at once and finding it really impossible to do, or to do everything well. So then you finish your day and you get in bed at the end of the day and you think, man, I failed at everything today. None of that went right.
The past year has been challenging. Women have fared worse than men in a difficult job market, all the while taking on increased child care and schooling responsibilities, adding to a workload within the home that was already unbalanced.
Women still are doing twice as much unpaid domestic labor as men. And until, men are really stepping up and helping us in that sphere of our lives, I don't think that we are going to feel content.
Who's most likely to?
Eve Rodsky is the author of the best-selling book, Fair Play.
Once men do more in the home, they're more statistically likely to continue to do more in the home.
So what do women need to make life better and happier?
So if I'm here to tell you that happiness is the uninterrupted attention for something you love, I mean understanding that you deserve a permission to be unavailable. And you take that, you claim that time back. That's a true boundary, and that's the boundary we need to rediscover our happiness.
Okay, welcome women. So I think the first question is, why are we so unhappy and what can we do?
Yeah, we've got Bonnie with us, and Bonnie, I think this is an important thing, because I was thinking about you actually in this moment. You did all that stuff that mom was talking about. You're raising your child. You're in charge here at NBC. You're trying to decide, should I take my kid to camp or go to a big meeting? You were constantly juggling all those things. But in all of that, in the weeds, how did you find happiness? How were you able to find your center?
Well, I think the first thing you have to realize is nothing is ever balanced. Everybody says, do you have a life, work-life balance? There's no such thing as balance. One day or the other, you're either working too much or you're home too much, and you never feel great about it. So you have to find something that gives you a sense of quiet and peace to just kind of ground yourself. For me, when I was younger, I was a runner. Now I'm like if I could say jogger, I think that's but somewhere between walking and jogging. And I just try to get some quiet time outside without headphones, without music, just thinking.
Yeah.
But people have to realize there's no such thing as true balance when you're working and juggling a family.
Dr. Vassen, we have talked over and over again about how challenging this year has been, and particularly for women. I wonder what you've heard. I mean, we got to talk this morning in the earlier hours with an incredible panel of women, and they just said that they aren't as happy, that they're balancing so much. And Bonnie, I agree with you, balance isn't even the right word. They're holding all of these plates and something is going to fall, and then they feel bad at the end of every day. What have you heard?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And, right now, if we think about the issue, the culprit here is impossible expectations.
Yes.
For women in the world, there's immense social pressure to be good at everything. We have to be physically beautiful, kind, successful at work, and the perfect daughter, wife, mother, and friend. And the problem is that women feel like if we aren't succeeding in everything, then we're succeeding in nothing.
Yeah, and Bonnie, I think part of it is, I think a lot of women don't even really want to delegate because they're like, no, I got it. But delegating is probably one of the things we should be better at.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to learn. What I think is also happening as culture and society puts a lot of pressure on women. I kind of call it the glass bubble. We've all heard about this proverbial glass ceiling, but right now there's also a glass bubble that's holding women in the house, in charge of the work, housework, chef, in-home teaching, schooling, everything. And that's putting so much more pressure on women right now in terms of what they do and what they have to get done and what they're trying to make happen for themselves. It's a very tough time for people to kind of have a sense of peace and know what they want to do and where they need to go.
We're going to continue this conversation. I got to say that Bonnie in the executive suite wore her leather pants and did exactly what she wanted, didn't change a thing. We're going to come back. We're going to visit again with these two lovely ladies. We'll be back after this break.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back with NBC Universal Vice Chairman and one of our favorites, Bonnie Hammer, and psychiatrist Dr. Nina Vassen, who are here sharing some advice about how women can be more joyful. Dr. Vassen, we got to speak with some incredible women this morning, and the one thing they all said is that there's so many blurred lines now. Like, the computer's always there. Work is always there.
Right.
Our kids are there. There's no time alone. If you could give us a few keys to helping make those lines less blurry, but also to create joy, what would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I think this comes down to how can you ask for help? And it starts with being comfortable asking for help. When I talk to my patients about this, many of them say they don't want to ask for help because they're worried they'll be a burden to others. So we do a thought exercise and I ask them, how do you feel when other people ask you for help? And consistently they say they feel good, helpful, and needed. So we can infer that others likely feel the same. Now, part of the issue here for women is that as a society, we need to recognize that delegating takes a lot of time and effort, especially for high stakes tasks that women tend to do, like taking care of a child, parent, or sick family member. It's really like a whole second job.
So Bonnie, that's interesting. I was just thinking about you came up and you're now like at the top drawer of NBC, and going up through it. I just wondered because women and men too, I guess, compare themselves to others. You know, they're like, I need to be more like that, or I need to be more like that. But I think there's something about finding your inner voice. Before the commercial, I said Bonnie showed up to meetings in her leather skirt because you're Bonnie. All right, you're going to do what you want. But did it take time to get there? Did you have to conform until you had your own voice, or did you always kind of do it yourself?
No, it did. And one thing in terms of what was just said as well, women tend to be perfectionists. So delegating and letting go is very hard. So we all have to give a little bit of that away. And in a work situation, unless you delegate, you can't grow other people. So that's important. But confidence, the ability to dress the way you want, the ability to get that yes in the room in your own voice rather than trying to echo somebody else's voice is very important. But it takes time, it takes confidence, and it takes a belief that your own self is good enough. And unfortunately, because of Instagram and Facebook and all of these sites that women, people in general, go on to compare themselves against others, and so many of those images on these sites aren't necessarily real. They're enhanced. There's a lot of tweaking that goes on. So people are comparing themselves to images and people that are not real. So I think you have to find out who you are authentically and be comfortable with it. And then take the strengths that you have and use that and push that forward.
Bonnie, can we ask you something totally off topic for 1 second? Do you mind? So,
yes.
Well, surprise. Yeah. No, but you were at the royal wedding. Friends with Meghan Markle, and we were just curious. We were sitting here thinking about, I wonder what Bonnie thought when you watched that interview. I know she was on Suits, you were in charge of USA and everything else at NBC, and that was the show, that was where Meghan Markle's television show was. So what did you think? What were your impressions of what she and Harry said?
You know, I thought it was amazingly compassionate. I thought it was authentic. I thought it was painful to watch and hear. You know, obviously I know Meghan, and we do keep in touch, and I knew it'd been tough for her, but I had no clue what she was going through to that degree. And to go through that kind of struggle, feeling that you don't have a loving network to support you, has to just be brutal. You know, I know when she worked for us, for USA on the show, she worked hard. She, you know, showed up. She showed up with a smile. We asked her to co-host certain things outside of the show. She would be there with a smile. She was part of the Erase the Hate campaign, more than willing to get involved. So I'm a big supporter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I think it actually does go hand in hand with this conversation. We never know the pain that any of us are going through, and I think particularly women. And so thank you both so much.
And we keep saying we love Bonnie, but Dr. Nina Vossen, we love you too. We love you. Thank you guys so much.
Harry Smith is with us this morning to share it. Hey, buddy.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Savannah.
Good morning, Harry. We didn't get to see each other yet.
You know, when you think about it, you think about world history, the world can be an ugly, brutal, even evil place to be. And if you're a person who has endured some of that, a lot of that, and to come away and say you're the happiest person in the world, we thought, we got to meet this guy.
My dear new friends.
With a ready smile and a twinkle in his eye, a man of indeterminate age holds his audience spellbound.
I was at the bottom of the pit, so if I can make one miserable person smile, I'm happy.
Eddie Jaku describes himself as the happiest man in the world. We wonder if perhaps he is also the wisest.
I do not hate anyone. Hate is a disease which may destroy your enemy, but will also destroy you in the process.
His 2019 TED Talk in Sydney, Australia, ended with a standing ovation. When we spoke with the 101-year-old recently, we were equally impressed.
Where there is life is hope. If there's no more hope, you're finished.
Dismissible bromides from a harmless old-timer, these are not. Eddie Jaku was born Eddie Jakubowicz in Germany. He is a Holocaust survivor.
This is me when I came back.
I read your book. It sounds to me like you are very proud to be German.
Very proud, because I thought I live in the most civilized, most cultured, and certainly the most educated country in Europe. And I was German first, and German second, and Jewish at home.
None of which mattered to a nation, a people gone mad.
People, society should not forget what happened. I don't hate no one, not even the German, but I despise them.
6 million Jews worked to death, starved to death, tortured and murdered.
What I have seen, it is incredible. I tell this to people, but they don't want to believe it. I was finally transported to what became my hell on earth, Auschwitz. My parents and sister were also transported to Auschwitz, and I was never to see my parents again.
In his book, The Happiest Man on Earth, Eddie Jaku recounts his survival and then misery after the war, until he and his wife started a family.
Through all my years, I have learned this life can be beautiful if you make it beautiful. 80 years ago, I didn't think I will have a wife and children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And this is a blessing.
Family, he says, is key, as are friends.
Friendship is priceless. Shared sorrow is half sorrow, but shared pleasure is double.
Truths hard-earned, from a man entitled to bitterness and resentment.
I speak about happiness. I speak what life can be. If you're healthy, you're a multi-millionaire.
And that is happiness, says Eddie, a choice available to all of us.
I want to make this world a better place for everyone. I want everyone to take a step back and say, we are here for all of us.
What a message in this time as we're all in a kind of a state of recovery. You see what this man endured. He walks into Auschwitz with his parents. He never sees them again. Never sees them again.
I want that book. I want to take that book off your lap.
And there's a lot of pages earmarked, underlined.
Beautiful.
Yeah, great stuff.
And what he said about friendship as well. We should mention that Eddie's book, The Happiest Man on Earth, that book is out right now.
Thank you.
He can have love in his heart. Surely everyone can.
Right? Can I read one little section?
Yes, please.
A second? Okay. He says, life is not always happiness. Sometimes there are many hard days. But you must remember that you are lucky to be alive. We are lucky in this way. Every breath is a gift. Life is beautiful if you let it be. Happiness is in your hands.
That's good. Stop doing this.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
There's only so much we can take. Lori is a professor of psychology at Yale with one of the most, probably the most popular class. It's called The Science of Well-Being. She's also the host of the Happiness Lab podcast, who says the secret to happiness is not focusing on yourself, but of course, focusing on others. Lori, boy, I mean, just watching how you touched our previous guest was, I thought, really, really moving. And is that really what it's all about? It's like just being of generous spirit, giving back, you know, in a moment when you could be feeling blue and kind of bummed out.
Yeah, I mean, Louis kind of hit the nail on the head. You know, he said that the secret to a well-lived life is doing for others. And that's really what the science bears out. The science suggests that we don't get happy by just focusing on ourselves. We actually feel happier if we're doing nice things for others. And I think this is important because sometimes we can get a misconception here. We think that like spending on ourselves or like doing something nice for others is kind of like transferring our happiness. Like we do something nice for somebody else and it feels worse ourselves. But the data just suggests that's not the case. Like when we do for somebody else, we make their day, we make our own day, we promote social connection. It's kind of the gift that keeps on giving.
You know what, we talked about Oprah, one of our favorite people, at the beginning of this show, and what she said is it's not like these grand gestures. Like don't think of it as a one-time thing. Think of tiny little things you can do for people throughout your day. Do you have some examples of things we could all be doing?
Yeah, I mean, something just as simple as like texting a friend to say, you know, I'm thinking about you. I'm really grateful that you're in my life. You know, that takes like 3 seconds. It's completely free, but that can make somebody's day. And it's the kind of thing that can, again, it can sort of snowball, right? If you do that, then you give someone else the permission to express their gratitude to someone else, right? You know, just the simple act of checking in on somebody, making them feel like they're valued can be incredibly powerful, especially right now.
And I think too, some people are feeling, sometimes when you're feeling really blue, you're not thinking about that. Like you just feel like getting under the covers.
Yeah.
And I think some people, and also when you yourself have lost a job or you yourself are in the mud, really in bad straits, sometimes you feel like you don't have the juice to do the things you're describing.
Yeah, but one of the amazing things that the science suggests is that the act of reaching out to others can make you feel like your bandwidth is bigger, right? On a really crummy day, if you actually reach out to someone else and help them, and they express, oh, thank you so much for reaching out, that kind of gives you the psychological oomph to kind of face the nasty stuff ahead. Like, you actually bolster yourself by doing things for others.
One of the things that Hoda and I have been talking about, just, you know, the two of us, is that we've had so much more space to think about what fills us up. And that's a tip you say after you do something, you know, give yourself a moment to think, does this make me feel good?
Right.
Yeah, and I think this is a tip that I give my students all the time. I often use the analogy of food, right? Like, what feels nutritious? What kind of feels healthy? And like, after you send that text to a friend, or after you do something nice for a neighbor, or after you donate to charity, take a moment to see, like, how did that actually make me feel? Like, and that feels really good, right? Or how do you feel at the end of the day? How do you feel when they write you back and say thank you? Like, those are the moments that really impact our happiness and that impact our lives. But you're totally right. We need to take these moments to actually notice that this is like boosting us up rather than making us feel more stressed.
I think there's so much need that sometimes you even feel overwhelmed with where to start. I was just telling Jen, I saw a story about a woman up in Harlem who has this food truck, and she called herself food insecure, and it broke my heart. And you hear 15 stories like that a day. And sometimes when the wave is so big, you think, well, what good is my little thing going to do? You know, and is it something that's really important?
Yeah, and I think this can be critical, right? Because I get this too, right? You know, there's so many tough stories out there, right? It can feel like your one action can't help. But that subtle text that you send to a friend, or that, like, you know, $5 donation that you give to a good cause, that can actually like spiral into something much bigger. And that's why I love Louis' story so much, right? It just started with him kind of doing something nice for the neighbors. It became a thing that the whole community was taking part in. And now he's on your show, right? Millions of people have heard this. It's going to like spread even more. And so I think that's the thing we realize. We can get stuck thinking, you know, it's just a tiny thing, but those tiny things can turn into much bigger things. And we just need to have faith that they will.
Always a ripple effect.
We are back with our special series celebrating service, and this morning it's a special one. We are honoring National Teacher Appreciation Day.
Yeah, and Jen has made her way down to Brenham, Texas with a teacher whose greatest lesson is never giving up. Hi, Jenna. Morning.
Hi, morning, guys. I cannot wait to introduce you to Mrs. Smith. Wanda has an incredible journey. She grew up here in Brenham, always hoping to return here to teach. And after a long and difficult journey, she did just that.
When I stand in front of my classroom, that in itself, my classroom, I am living my dream.
Teaching has never been just a job for Wanda Smith.
And why does it need space?
It's her life purpose and her greatest accomplishment.
We're gonna go with the pineapple.
And not one that came easy. You graduated from high school, and your dreams, you were going to be a teacher, but life had a different path.
My plans were to go straight into college, but then my mother got sick. And so those dreams had to be deferred, and I just got a job and started providing for the family.
She couldn't stay away from the place that felt like home. Mrs. Smith worked around the clock as a bus monitor and a custodian for the Brenham School District while caring for her family. You were working like crazy hours.
I was working 3 to 11 at night for custodians. I would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to be a bus monitor. Sometimes I didn't get to sleep. I never really thought about it. I just did it because it had to be done.
Years later, she became a teacher's assistant and decided it was time to give her dream a shot. At the age of 37, Wanda enrolled at a nearby college. Were you nervous about going back to school?
Yes, I was totally nervous because all of the children in there, they were children, and sometimes I was older than the professor.
Taking classes at night, she pushed through, but not without some setbacks along the way, facing incredible personal loss.
I lost my mom, my sisters in my journey.
But you kept going.
I was so happy to tell them that I was going back to school. They were so proud of me. My sister would be the one I would talk to at night when I was coming home. Then when I lost her, that took a lot out of me. And yes, I did want to stop. But my husband, he sat me down and he let me know that I wasn't the only one that made sacrifices. And so I was like, okay, I can do this. I can keep going.
Her husband, Darren, and their 3 kids supported her each step of the way. 10 years later, Wanda Smith joined the graduating class of 2010.
Wanda Diane Smith.
I got a diploma. I mean, somebody growing up in the projects that people counted out. I got a diploma.
Mrs. Smith became a first-grade teacher at Brenham Elementary, the same school she once cleaned.
Wanda Smith is the portrait of an American teacher, and she's such an inspiration to us all.
In the last year, as so many struggled during the pandemic, Mrs. Smith stepped up when her kids needed her the most. You started delivering packets to some of your kids' mailboxes.
A lot of my kids are from single-parent homes. So when my parents would call me, because I was checking in with them, and they would say, well, Miss Smith, you know, I got to work. Well, I would be like, okay, give me your address. It was nothing, because we have to help one another.
Her perseverance and dedication, one of the greatest lessons for her students.
She's the best teacher ever. She helps us with everything.
I want them to know that school, these are going to be the best years of your life. And I want them to love school enough that they want to come and see me every day. And if they love me like that, they're going to come and see me every day.
Mrs. Smith, I know that you think we are here just to talk about teaching during the pandemic, but it is Teacher Appreciation Day, and we want to let you know that we appreciate you, and there's some others that want to do that too, so walk with me. Watch your step. What do you think about watching your journey on TV?
It was great.
It was great.
Did a good job.
Your students. Come on. Come on. It's so hard not to hug you, Mrs. Smith. Okay, walk with me. Walk with me. These are all your kids. They love you. They love you so much. And so they are your first surprise and probably your best, but let's stop right here because we got some more.
Oh, God.
Mrs. Smith, step back just a little. I want to introduce you to Dr. Alyssa White. She's the president of Sam Houston State University. Dr. White, what do you got?
I'm excited. So, Wanda, you're an inspiration to us all. And on behalf of Sam Houston State University, we've created a scholarship in your honor. It is the Wanda Smith Make a Difference Scholarship that will go to a Sam Houston State University first-generation student who wants a career in teaching. Congratulations on your accomplishment.
Thank you.
Okay, but that ain't it. Let's keep going. Sorry, I know I shouldn't use bad grammar in front of Mrs. Smith, but this is the mayor of Brenham. Mayor Tate, you got something too.
Yes. Wanda, you're not just an inspiration to your students, but also to our community. And in that regards, I would like to, as mayor of the city of Brenham, declare today, May 4th, 2021, be the best you can be Wanda Smith Day. We thank you for your service to our community and school.
I got a date.
Today is Wanda Smith Day!
I got it.
That's pretty cool. Could you ever have imagined
No, never.
going to school here that
Never.
one day you'd have a day named after you?
A day named after me. Oh.
I think you need more than a day, but that's not it. Here's our final thing. Here's our final thing. I think you know your principal, Principal Roki, who has something for you.
Miss Smith, you inspire us more than you know. Your dedication to children, for being nice and working hard every single day, for going above and beyond, we thank you. Congratulations, and we love you.
A bitch for your school, for you. And there's 3 people behind that bench, 3 people behind that bench who love you so very much. Your husband, Darren, and your 2 kids. What do you want to, you can give them a hug. You want to? And kids, if you want to come over, come on over.
It's okay.
And here are all your kids. Mrs. Smith, we know that your one regret is that your mom and sisters weren't here, but we know that they are looking down. So very, very proud of you today and every day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, that's about, we need all the Kleenexes in the world. So we'll send it back to you.
Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, wow. Mrs. Smith.
Hoda.
Yes.
Hoda, I told Mrs. Smith that you have been really looking forward to meeting her. And she's been looking forward to meeting you too.
Well, Mrs. Smith, we're so happy to have Wanda Smith Appreciation Day. It should be every day.
Man. Oh.
You know there are folks watching right now who are so inspired by her.
To God be the glory.
Yes.
To God be the
20
glory.
years later, Wanda's story has came back around. Never thought the day would happen.
I know, isn't it awesome?
It's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Boy, that was. I mean, I expected an amazing story. I don't know if I was prepared for that.
I think over the last year, our teachers have gone above and beyond, so it was just appropriate for us to recognize someone who, like Wanda Smith, my goodness.
Wow.
You know, every time she's in her classroom, her dream is coming true.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
At first glance, teacher Donovan Taylor Hall is all about fun, drawing in his students during the pandemic by entertaining them. But look closer, because Donovan has a more meaningful goal. You are on a mission, honey. What are you trying to do?
I am trying to help kids feel and do better than they've done in the past. I'm trying to help kids build positive relationships with themselves and trying to stop this cycle of disconnect that happens at this age.
It's a mission he started here at Impact Academy, a charter middle school outside of Oakland, California, serving underprivileged students of color.
Please be kind to yourself and please don't judge yourself.
Mr. Donovan, as his kids call him, teaches a special class for all 7th graders, giving them skills they typically do not learn in school. How to cope with stress and anxiety, how to show gratitude to others, and most importantly, how to love themselves at a time when so many are racked with self-doubt.
We want to catch ourselves when we say things like, I could never do that, or I'm not good at that.
When I watch you speak to them, it's like you take your heart out of your chest, you extend it in your hands, and you say, will you hold that for me for a minute?
Kids are sacred. They're just the most powerful people I know, and I feel like they're so receptive to that, and it feels like they're often not seen.
Thank you for being who you are. I love you all very much.
I'm actually trying to remember if I had a middle school teacher ever say the words, I love you. I I don't think so. But that comes out of you very freely.
Yeah, I do. I do. I love them. And I also tell them that I like who they are, because that's something that they don't hear a lot as well.
Mr. Donovan says his curriculum comes from his own struggles in school. Growing up Black and secretly gay, he learned to keep his emotions all bottled up, at times even contemplating suicide.
And I remember just being so unsure of myself and being so sad. My dad passed away when I was a kid, and my mom worked so hard, and she was a teacher on her own, and so I hid it from her because I didn't know how to ask for help. By the time I got to college, I was, suicidal. I didn't want to be alive because I thought if I did the right things, eventually I would feel better, and it felt like it just wasn't working. And wishing that an adult would come, I'm gonna start crying already, wishing that an adult would come to me and say, like, I see you, right, and I'm here for you. And so for me to be able to do that for kids, hearing them share these things that people, I think, kind of undervalue, or feeling so lonely.
Like what?
Like feeling lonely, feeling like unappreciated, and really just the most common thing was like, I don't like myself.
That's why Donovan teaches his kids to embrace a positive view of themselves, focusing on their strengths instead of their faults.
He has shown me to be confident and to trust in myself more, to love myself.
I've been keeping a lot inside, and in Mr. Donovan's class, I get to express myself and not have a fear of being judged.
He kind of just pulls the better parts of me out, and being around him just makes me shine.
12-year-old Osmer says he used to struggle in nearly every class. Now, he's getting straight A's.
It makes me feel like I can do it, that I can, accomplish this, my goal of getting good grades.
Helping kids build a positive self-image leads directly into how they show up in the classroom. When they feel confident in who they are and they love who they are, they're not going to be afraid to make mistakes.
It seems like they believe you're saving them, but I'm watching you, and clearly, I think I'm looking at the one who's being saved.
Oh absolutely. I wouldn't be here without kids. And I feel like I want to do this work on a bigger scale.
Mr. Donovan started during the pandemic by posting clips from his class on TikTok, some with more than 1 million views. Now he's decided to leave teaching and take his message worldwide, setting up this home studio to make inspirational videos for kids. His goal? To become the 21st century Mr. Rogers. I feel weirdly safe that you're on the planet now. I feel like one of those kids in your class is going to change the world just like you are. And I'm so glad you didn't do it that day. And we just wanted to say thank you, too, for all the amazing things that you're doing with kids. And we have a little gift for you.
Uh-oh.
It's just right outside your classroom door. To help Mr. Donovan make his videos sing, we had the folks at HP send him a brand new laptop and Adobe loaded with their creative editing software.
This is amazing. Thank you, Today Show. Thank you, Hoda. This has been such a magical experience for me. It feels like a dream come true.
We can't wait to see this angel spread his wings and teach all kids how to fly. We're going to be hearing so much more about Mr. Donovan. He is a cool, cool guy. By the way, when they leave 7th grade, he gives them his phone number. He says, call me in high school. They call him in high school. They catch up. And just to launch his dream of making inspirational videos for kids, Donovan's using his own money. He's actually moving in with his mom and dad so he can use parents, so he can use all of his savings for this. So we wish him the very best. The guy is going to be a success. And I swear, meeting him, I was just thinking about all of us in 7th grade who could have used a Mr. Donovan. He's a real cool
Donovan.
guy. Mr. Donovan, come on.
Seeing and hearing lots more from him. Thank you for that.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus.
for family dinners, family vacations, family anything, for traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with our special series this morning, Teachers on the Front Lines, as Carson joins us once again.
Yeah, guys, so we all have kids in school right now, so we know about the challenges on our end as parents, but what about the men and women who are tasked with teaching our kids? 10 months now into the pandemic, how are they holding up?
It's a good question. So we sent NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen to look into it and talk to folks. Vicki, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Like many of our frontline workers, teachers are under pressure like never before. They're balancing personal worries about their safety and learning how to teach as the rules keep changing. The good news, the vaccines are on the way, and some states are now fast-tracking teachers to protect them. This morning, a first-hand look at how our teachers are coping.
Today was one of those days where I had to dig deep.
I'm definitely reaching a breaking point.
I'm exhausted.
It's been a heck of a week, deciding at the very last minute that we will switch to virtual learning.
Teachers sharing video diaries of what it feels like day to day teaching during this pandemic.
Currently on my 7th hour of screen time today, I can't even imagine how my students are feeling.
Almost every day since March has been like this.
Cornelius Minor is a middle school teacher in Brooklyn, New York.
At first, it was the terror of COVID-19 itself and the massive loss of life. And it felt like it was the reality that in the eyes of the state, not all of our lives matter. And now it's this, that the very democracy upon which our educations rest and upon which our nation rests is not just being questioned by folks, but being attacked by folks. And so every day, teaching feels incredibly heavy.
We spoke with 4 public school teachers from across the country to learn how they're teaching through it all.
Show of hands, how many of you are actually worried about your own health and contracting coronavirus? You all are.
When we started the first day of school with kids in person, we still didn't have the cleaning supplies and we're told we had to go buy our own spray bottles.
My individual health has to come first. Staying remote is important to me.
How many of you have had students who've contracted the coronavirus? All of you.
It's really alarming because where my school is at, it's also considered a hotspot.
Some are returning to the classroom despite concerns about their own health.
Do you feel like you're being presented with a very tough, almost impossible choice?
I do. We are in the position where we're choosing our life over our livelihood. And no one should be put in that position.
Long term, they worry the pandemic could make the current teacher shortage even worse.
Have any of you considered leaving teaching as a profession because of these challenges? All of you.
A survey taken last August found 28% of educators said the pandemic made them more likely to leave teaching.
I was increasingly concerned about being exposed to the coronavirus.
Andrea Murphy taught high school psychology in Mesa, Arizona for 27 years. Last October, after teaching in person for 3 weeks, she made the toughest decision of her career.
I found myself becoming more stressed, more concerned, and physically ill. And then I realized that maybe I just needed to retire now.
What currently worries you the most as a teacher?
My fear is that by putting all this pressure on kids, we are not giving them the space that they need.
There's extreme amount of pressure for all of us to kind of outperform with no resources, and I think that that's pretty ridiculous.
But teachers are finding inspiration from support groups online and using their creativity to keep kids engaged. Whether it's dressing in costume,
sometimes I need to become a Greek warrior,
dancing, or producing a virtual sing-along. Teachers tell us what keeps them going is what got them started, the joy of seeing students light up when they learn.
What we're doing right now, even in remote learning, is in fact working.
I'm feeling hopeful. Today was a great day.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It is day 2 of our special series, Today's Education Plaza. We've been going from east to west all across the country, recognizing some remarkable teachers who've really gone above and beyond. They always go above and beyond, but they've gone above her and beyonder to make a difference in the lives of their students.
They're going to have an issue with your grammar.
I know, right?
Yesterday we were in South Carolina. This morning we've made our way to Copperfield Elementary School in Austin, Texas.
Yes.
And a teacher who refused to let the digital divide stand in the way of her students' education.
My name is Margaret Olivares. I am a dual language third grade teacher at Copperfield Elementary in Austin, Texas.
Margaret Olivares has called Copperfield Elementary home for 18 years. It's a Title I school. Nearly 85% of their students qualify for free or reduced lunch. When the pandemic closed campus this spring, many students struggled with access to online learning. The need for help was incredible.
A lot of our kids don't have devices. Even some teachers didn't have a device at home.
Mrs. Olivares got to work. She spent the summer contacting corporations and CEOs, asking them to help a teacher out. Some said no. Even more said yes.
We have over 200 devices that were donated, and we have over $31,000.
The list of donors was staggering.
A lot of the companies, big corporations, were also hit hard with the pandemic. So for them to say yes to want to help a total stranger was very humbling.
To date, every single student at Copperfield has a device in hand, a priceless gift that's already paying off for the next generation.
Some of these babies are second graders, third graders. They're learning how to do Google Docs. So to see these little ones, maneuver their way through these Chromebooks and laptops, amazing.
Mrs. Olivares is joining us now with some of her students. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. It is so great to see you guys. It's so great to see you, Mrs. Olivares. I just want to ask you, first of all, the idea that a lot of your kids didn't have digital stuff, and the way that they were doing their homework, you guys, is they were actually taking pictures on their phones of homework assignments, sending it to the parents. The kids would work it out. They'd take a photo of the completed assignment, send it back to you.
Unbelievable.
When the money started rolling in and the laptop started rolling in, how did that feel for you?
It was very humbling. Like I mentioned, I sent an email out to a few CEOs. I did not think I was going to get the response that I did. For them to say yes, and then see the faces on my students, their smiles when I told them that they were going to have something to work on. It was just amazing.
And for a lot of the kids, I mean, this is the only route in, because a lot of these kids have no other way of learning. What did it mean to give me a little bit more of what it meant to the students?
It meant a lot. It meant no longer having to take a picture with their cell phone. A lot of their work when we closed down in March was being used. They were trying to communicate with me via text, sending me pictures of their homework. So it was really difficult for them. I saw the struggles, and it was frustrating for them and for myself as well, because I wanted them to do the work that they needed to do and complete it, but it was really hard for them to sit there, do it on paper, send me pictures. So they worked extra hard also, having to do their assignments.
Well, Mrs. Olivares, your students love you so much. They've gotten up bright and early. I hope people have been looking at their faces because they can't stop
Those
smiling.
smiles.
They're the cutest. Now, Isabella Ruiz Hernandez, Isabella, you little cutie, tell me, she's got the sweetest smile. Isabella, what does Mrs. Olivares mean to you, and what does getting this gift of technology mean to you?
It means a lot because she helps a lot to her school, and it just means a lot for her school because sometimes we need help, and she's the one that does it for us. So, yeah, it means a lot.
Oh.
Well, you mean a lot in seeing your faces, and we want to say thank you to Mrs. Olivares. And I hope some of you, they might be on the devices right now.
Yes.
We're seeing them right now because of her and what she's done. So let's take a good look.
Thank you, guys. And thanks to the kids at Copperfield Elementary and to our NBC affiliate, KXAN. They helped us out with this story. Thanks, guys. It's great to see you. We love you.
Hello, friends at Today All Day are